Vanakkam everyone. Welcome to our broadcast of the semi-final match of the World Team Championship 2022. India is taking on Uzbekistan today, and we are your hosts Soumya Swaminathan and Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan here to provide you all the commentary of the exciting games that we are about to watch. Hi Shri, how are you doing?
Hi, Soumya. I'm good. How are you? And how
I'm
excited are you for today's match?
I'm super excited. Just see, मेरा पूरा तैयारी करके आई हूँ मैं.
Wow.
I know. I'm
Wow.
so excited for this match. I'm so proud that we are already in the semi-finals. कल कितनी शानदार जीत थी हमारी against France. It was a very close match. 2-2 tie ho gaya in the quarters, but then we pulled through in the Blitz and that last Blitz game of Nihal. I mean, it was nerve-wracking, and so great to see those special moments as well of the boys celebrating their. We saw a picture that Nihal shared on his Instagram as well, of Vidit caressing his head and, all the boys celebrating. It was great. It was a great moment to witness live, and I'm really excited for today's match as well, Shri.
Absolutely. But Soumya, what is it I'm hearing? Was there a dare to be done by Abhimanyu?
Oh yeah, Abhimanyu, but there is no Abhimanyu right now, but we will get him on the stream either today or tomorrow and get that dare done. So our dare was ki Abhimanyu or मैं, so I am always high pitch and Abhimanyu is always low pitch. So the dare was that Abhimanyu has to speak in a high pitch voice, comment while commentating, and I have to go really low pitch, like really low pitch. So yeah, that was the dare. We could also do it, Shri, on like if until the games begin, maybe we can give the janta what they want.
I high pitch and you low pitch. It's
Huh.
hard to imagine Soumya going high pitch like that.
By the way, do you want to have a look at the nice pictures from yesterday? Let's show our janta the beautiful moments of yesterday's quarterfinal match. The winning moments. That's Vidit against Jules Moza. That's Vidit. That's the picture I was talking about. Vidit and Nihal together. What a beautiful memory to have for the players. Oh, that's Shashi and Abhijeet. Also, I saw that Abhijeet and Sethu, both of them were at the venue. And yes, there we have the whole team. Sasikiran on the left with the mask, Abhijeet Gupta, S L Narayanan. Yeah, okay, we have already moved on. So that's Shashi in his game against. Yeah, we have it back. Then
Yeah.
Sethu always with his very wide and happy smile. Nihal facing the back to the camera, and Vaibhav Suri, our captain and coach, and Vidit. What a wonderful moment there. Um, oh, these are beautiful
This is
pictures, and
SL's lucky shirt, right?
really, is this his lucky shirt?
I think so. Yeah.
I hope it is, and we will probably see him wear it today as well. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Paddu and Abhimanyu decoded that Sherlock's, both Sherlock's.
Such wonderful pictures, absolutely. And with it taking a sip of water after the game, Vaibhav absolutely jubilant.
These
Look at the
pictures are
speed.
brought to us
They can't even
by.
capture his hand properly. You see the speed of his hand, yeah, in the previous picture.
Let's go back. Let's go back to the previous one. Oh yeah, it was like really close. Like both of them were, and I mean, it was a great game, but because it was a clutch match, there was so much tension in the air while watching, and I'm sure while playing as well. Um, these pictures are brought to us by Maria Emelinova, who is the one of the official photographers for the event, and she takes really. She's the official photographer of chess.com, and that's thanks to her that we have these wonderful captures. We can see that some of the players are already in the hall. That's Setu. That's Setu with his back to the camera. That's Nihal on the that's SL on the board. That's Nihal and Vidit is yet to arrive. Um, and we also see the Spanish team over there, Anton Guyaro and Miguel Santos, along with their, the person with them standing along with them in the blue jacket next to Anton Guyaro is actually the president of the Spanish Chess Federation. And
Oh,
yeah, and he is, he's like a huge source of support for the Spanish team, in fact. And there was another person with them, Leoncho Garcia, uh, who is a famous Spanish journalist and one of the organizers of the famous Linares tournament, the Linares tournament. So, yeah, wonderful view of the playing hall here. Hi, Setu.
wonderful. You heard the playing of all the players all decked out. And this is going to be a very challenging match for India, Soumya.
Yeah.
India has lost in emphatic fashion against the same team, Uzbekistan, 3.5. In all the matches that India has played in the world team so far, it has all been quite evenly contested, quite close. The difference winning margins were quite close. The only match where India lost quite convincingly or felt like they were outclassed was against Uzbekistan. And it's interesting to see how the players will counter it. But I think India will be more ready today comparatively.
That is true. We, in fact, played against the Uzbek team in round four of the group stage. We were in the same group, and Uzbekistan won that match and qualified for the quarterfinals with a round to spare. They won three and half against us in that match. But to be honest, Vidit lost a completely drawn end game in that match. So, anyway, it was still a difficult loss to take, and I'm sure our players must be hungry to get back and show their class on the board today. Also, we must remind the viewers that there are going to be two matches, one semi-final one and semi-final two. And if there is a tie, let's say one team wins one round and the other team wins the second one, then there'll be a blitz tie break, just like the quarterfinal format.
Wow,
So,
interesting. We
yeah,
missed
and
the tiebreak
also
yesterday,
here
but
are
let's
the
see how it goes today.
pairings.
But hopefully, it gets closed out in the regulation time today itself.
Sorry. Uh,
Hopefully, India wins in the regulation time today, not
yes,
go all the way till the tiebreaker.
yes, of course. Um, by the way, the pairings are already out for the semi-finals. So India is fielding. Just a moment. India is
Uh,
beating Vidit Gujrathi, S L Narayanan, Nihal Sarin, and Sethuraman. And Uzbekistan with the same four players as they've been fielding so far. Um, just a moment. Yakubov, Nadirbek, Sindarov Javokir, Vokido Shamsuddin, and Vakidov Jahangir. Yes, I got that right.
Yes, pretty much the same players, the main players in the Olympiad, except with the exception of Abdu Satro,
Mhm.
who already broke the heart of thousands of Indian fans in the Olympiad with that epic game against Gukesh. But nevertheless, this is still a formidable Uzbekistan team, and they have been playing quite well here as well. Or at least three of them, I think, are juniors: Yakubayev and Sindero. I'm not even sure who is younger between Nihal and Sindero, Soumya.
Yeah, I know that the Uzbek team, like famously, all of them are, I think, below 20, with only Wakidov Jahangir about 20. And in fact, he is also a coach. apart from being a chess player. And his father has also been a huge figure in Uzbekistan chess. He was a grandmaster. I mean, he doesn't play anymore, and he has also been part of the Uzbekistan Federation. So, huge chess culture in his family there. And we have black in the round one. So we will get white in the next round, not to worry. So our players will play with both the colors against the same opponents unless we dis- I don't think we can switch
Right.
players
And
in the
chat,
same
we are just about to hit kickoff any moment now. So,
moment. We have it here. We have it here, and Yakubo Nodirbek opens with d4 against Vidit meditating. So maybe we can go to the next board uh, with Nihal. Nihal on board 2, and Nihal opens with knight f3. Srinath, and
yeah,
his
Nihal opens with knight f3 and Sindhu not responding immediately as well. Yeah.
mm, his opponent
So
is
a bit of thought in the first couple of boats, and a bit of a surprising thought from Sindhu, no?
yeah, he
Well,
goes knight
he's finally played knight f6. Meanwhile, it's a Nimzo Indian in the Vidit's board in the start. Nimzo Indian 4 e3. I guess Yakube will play. Yeah, he continues with bishop d3, and now it's a question of. I guess Vidit will go d5, uh, and yeah, d5 on the board. Now White can play a3. This is interesting. Yeah, he goes for it. He goes for
so
a3, and this shouldn't come as a surprise for Vidit. This gives up the pair of bishops to White, but Black gets this pawn structure where all of White's pawns, the central pawns are fixed in dark squares. So the C1 bishop, it's not exactly coming out. It's not exactly bursting with activity. And this variation, I think it has been discussed quite a bit recently, at least in terms of preparation, if not in actual games. It's one of those lines which leads to very interesting play, very interesting dynamic balance. The power of bishops against maybe slightly better pawn structure for black.
yeah, very nicely explained there, Srinath. And where do you think Black wants to put his pieces?
So with the pawn on e6, the light square bishop has to develop via b7. So b6 and bishop b7 is the usual way. This knight on b8, it can either go to. So there are two ways. One is of course b6 bishop b7. There is also an idea with knight c6 and e5. If you can get this pawn to e5, that's also a way to get this bishop out into the game, the light square bishop. So these are the two options for black. And if the bishop goes to b7, then usually the knight complements it by coming to d7 because on c6 it would cover the bishop.
Yeah, and the bishop enjoys the full range of its scope. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this game develops further. Let's go to Nihal's board, board number 2. Some moves have been played. Knight f3 was answered by knight f6, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, symmetrical structure against the reti, castle, castle, and d4 on the board. So now it's converted to d4 lines. Black replies with d5, and here white had a choice to also go c4 and convert to the Grunfeld defense, but he goes c3. And um, c3, a very curious decision there by Nihal.
Yeah. So if we go one more back, Soumya, in this symmetrical line, in this specific position, if white continues with c4, then black has a number of ways to kind of try and equalize. D takes c4, knight a3, and here there's a line with c5. Yeah, c3 is the other move. It's a more fighting move, the older move. Takes c5. This has been played for many years. It's one of the interesting positions you can get in Grunfeld. But black also has more solid and forcing options with c5 directly here.
Right.
And these positions, it leads into a very equal position. Black can also play c5 directly without taking d takes c4.
All right. So
So
this,
these positions tend to get liquidated in a way that white wouldn't want it to. Gets too equal. And of course, apart from that, there is also the option with c4 and c6, which is a very solid opening for black. These are
yeah,
main lines, and here also black gets quite comfortable position, a very solid center, and black is pretty much doing as well as white in this position.
yeah, definitely. This,
So c3 is basically a move that doesn't allow black to concretely liquidate the position like this. It's a kind of waiting move. Yes, exactly. As you point out, c5 will be met with d into c5. So here c5 is not a good move. And I think this exactly happened in a game between Nihal against Jordan Van Forest in sometime a couple of years ago. So c5 is a very natural move, but it's a bit of an inaccuracy here. And c3 really helps in holding on to that c5 pawn, which is why Sindoro started with knight d7. And here also, black can aim for c5 or play with c6 and then break with e5. Black has both these options. In general, black is just trying to liberate his position, open up a bit, and develop the pieces. So the two ways of doing this, either start with c5 or strengthen the d5 pawn with c6 and break with e5.
nice, very well explained there, Shri. I think I'm also ready to play C3 in my next game with this knowledge that and now A4 was chosen by Nihal. So he doesn't mind black playing C5 because he will probably take and go B4. He wants to expand on the queen side, is it?
I'm not entirely sure if you will take immediately Soumya after c5, but I think after c5, one option is he can go a5. And what this does is it gains a lot of space on the queen side. But apart from that, it also prevents black from playing b6. And black has to solve the problem of the development of the c8 bishop. So
Hmm.
quite often, the way to do it is with b6 and bishop b7. In this specific instance, it's going to be very unpleasant to get this b6 going with the pawn on a5. So this is one of the advantages of having this pawn on a5. It makes it difficult for black to develop. Already the knight has been placed on d7, so it blocks the c8 bishop. The way out for it is via b7, but a5 prevents it from happening.
Hmm. That's a very good point there. So A4, A5 on the board, rook E1, rook E8, bishop F4. Very calm position, but Nihal seems to be knowing what he's doing. As you mentioned, he has already had a game against Van Forest in this exact line. So we can say comfortable for Nihal and move on to the next game. So this is
Yes.
SL versus Wakido Shamsuddin. SL is black here, so let's flip the board. And Wakido opened with E4, SL replied E5, and this is the Spanish opening. Bishop A4, Knight F6, short castle, Bishop E7, Rook E1, B5, the main line. Bishop B3 and castle intending to go C3, D5 and go for the martial attack with black. So white plays A4. Now D5 is not possible because A into B5 would be a free pawn as we cannot take it. Why chat? Why can't we take A into B5? Let us know in the comments. So that's the reason we cannot play D5 here. जल्दी जल्दी बताइए D5 यहाँ एक बहुत बड़ी ब्लंडर क्यों होगी? So A4, Bishop B7 is played. D3, D6, uh, Bishop D2, Queen D7, Knight C3, and Knight D8. This is the current position on the board sheet.
Yes, Soumya. This Queen D7 Knight D8 is a very nice way to improve the placement of that knight to move it to E6 and open up the bishop on B7. Otherwise, that knight on C6 is usually uh, kind of an unpleasant problem for black in many of these setups. The knight kind of stands in the way from both being able to play c5, which is a useful space gaining move on the queen side, and also covers up the b7 bishop. Now, SL is someone who plays the marshal quite regularly. So this wouldn't have come as a surprise for his opponent. It's his go-to solid opening. And the position that he seems to have gotten out of the opening is quite comfortable, I should say.
Yeah, I quite like it. So is Black intending? First, let's answer the chat. Yes, Ishan Garg and Jose Alvarez says the rook hangs. That's correct. That's the reason A into B5 would be a free pawn here. A B5. We cannot take A B5 because the rook hangs on A8 for free. We have to be alert to such tactics. Aradhya Garg in the chat, FM from Delhi, also a former national junior champion, tells us that in fact this move was played by Daniel Dubov, a creative genius in a game. And yes, I do remember this beautiful game by him where he checkmate, where he like sacrifices on f2. But it's a very very complicated idea and not very sure how good is it. So let's not go into
Absolutely.
um, that very deep into the theory, as we also do not know the latest state of theory in modern chess. A4, bishop d7, d3, d6, bishop d2, queen d7, knight c3, knight d8 on the board. And यहाँ पे श्री हम c6 d5 खेलना चाहेंगे या c5 खेलना चाहेंगे?
It will be difficult to play d5 anytime soon, Soumya, because we just moved the knight from c6 to d8, which was protecting the e5 pawn. Whenever we go d5, the e5 pawn will get endangered.
Right.
So it will be difficult to get the d5 idea going. c5, on the other hand, is very much possible. And apart from that, for now, the knight goes to e6. After the knight goes to e6, I'm not entirely sure how black continues here. White will likely place that knight from c3 to g3. So knight e2, knight g3 is something extremely common here. And usually black prepares against it by playing the rook to e8 and bishop to f8. So that when that knight comes to f5, either you can just ignore it completely, or in some cases respond with g6 in time.
Very nice. This is a good plan for both the sides. Let's see how White is going to handle it. White already down to 38 minutes, by the way, to SL's 43. So White is thinking, while White does that, let's go to Nihal's game. Nihal playing, we already covered this, sorry. So let's go to Setu's game. Setu is playing White against Vakidov Yohangir. Yahongir. Yahongir, maybe.
I would just stay safe and just say Wakido.
Vakidov. But there are two Vakidovs, no? Him and his dad. So that's why I wanted to specify his first name. E4, C5. He, by the way, is a coach of one of my friends. So I think I know how to pronounce his name. I think it's Yakhongir.
Yahongir.
Yeah.
Is it revealable? Which friend is it?
No, he's a kid. Like he lives in London.
Okay.
He's 14, 15 years old. So I cannot
It's
really.
impressive. It's impressive that Wakido maintains such a high level despite spending time on other things as well. And yeah, that's something which is not at all easy. Also, he's a bit of an outlier in this team. Yeah, everyone else is under 20 years old, and Wakido is not so old himself. He's a few years younger than me, I remember. He's 27 years old, but nevertheless, it's still commendable how he's keeping in. And this opening that he's playing, this accelerated dragon, is something he's been playing from his childhood. I remember he was there in one of the Asian juniors that I had won in Uzbekistan. Arvind was my roommate in that tournament, a very young Arvind. and Wakido was the first seed, I was the second seed, or something like that. And I remember telling Arvind that if you play against Wakido, you must beat him. And he went and exactly did that. He,
Oh, what a
so
nice movement. How sweet. And you won
I
that
know.
game, I'm sure.
Yes, he made it in such a way that I had to play Wakido only in the last round, where I only needed to draw with the white pieces. So thanks to Arvind, it really became easy for me.
Oh, that's a wonderful memory, and thanks for sharing that, Shri. Also, it probably shows that he's always been a formidable opponent. I mean, someone to look out for from a very young age. And yeah, I think
And
Uzbekistan.
this move C4, it was also the game between I and Wakido and I. We had this exact position, and I think I played knight C2 here, if I'm not wrong. It was a very old game, but yeah, I think I played knight C2 here, the same Monoxy bind in the accelerated dragon.
So, guys, who are following this stream, G6 is the accelerated dragon. Just see the difference. यहाँ पे अगर हम knight c3, यहाँ पे अगर black knight f6 खेलते हैं और knight c3, g6, I'm just making a few moves here, and d6, bishop e3, bishop g7. This would be the dragon, Sicilian dragon. But just see, look at the structure here. Black has not played d6 yet. Black plays g6 directly, and c4, which is known as the Morexi bind structure. We are putting a bind on the d5 square, not allowing black to take any breaks in the center very easily. Bishop g7, and black delays d6, and this is why it's known as the accelerated dragon setup. Bishop g7, bishop e3, queen b6. So now the knight is attacked thrice, and we need to move it. Knight b3, queen to d8 back. Is this normal, Shri?
It's not so common, I think. But it's not so common. It's somewhat offbeat line. The main line would go with knight f6 instead of queen b6.
Yeah.
Like black goes knight f6, white goes knight c3. Here, black has this line with knight g4. That's one of the lines where the knights get traded: queen g4, knight d4, queen d1. And apart from that, yeah, as you pointed out, so this
Yes.
is one possible way the games used to go. Apart from that, d6 is also another move, as you pointed out, with bishop e2. And white has these pawns on e4 and c4, which gives white a lot of space in the center, a lot of control. For black, black always suffers from less space in these lines. So it becomes a bit inconvenient to place the pieces, the knight to d7, knight to c5. Black
Yes.
tries to do something like this, but I have always found these positions a lot more pleasant to play with the white pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But this line with queen b6, I have vague memory of Sham Sundar playing something like this against me, the one of the coaches of the Indian women's team. I think he played almost the exact same line against me in Bangladesh earlier this year.
All right. And did he go back queen d8?
Yeah, he went back, but not exactly in this position. But it was somewhat similar. He went queen b6 and he went back queen d8. But this gave me a very comfortable game. I had a massive advantage out of the opening. So I didn't really understand what he was doing. Why he played queen b6, allowed me bishop e3 with a tempo, and went back queen d8. At best, what it does is it drives away the d4 knight to b3, and
Hmm.
this is a slight improvement in the placement of the slight improvement in the placement of the knight for black. The
Yes.
knight is better placed on d4 than b3 in many situations,
Yes.
but I'm not really sure if it's worth losing so much time.
All right. So let's see how the game continued and if Setu could capitalize on the small concession that black has given white. Knight f6, knight c3, e4 was attacked, knight g4. Now the bishop will have some, will lose some tempi. White will lose some tempi trying to save the bishop. Bishop f4. We don't want to give the dark squared bishop for this knight, guys. Our dark squared bishop is extremely important because it challenges black's lethal dark squared bishop, the pride of black's position. And that's the reason we need to maintain it on the board and can exchange it only with black's dark squared bishop. Bishop f4, d6, h3, knight f6, bishop h6. Yes, we have achieved what we wanted.
It's a
Castle.
very aggressive approach by Setu though, Soumya, because it was also an option to, not go bishop h6, but just play bishop e2 and castle shot, a more strategic approach. But with bishop h6, Setu really goes for it, yeah.
Yeah, and there we see the captain, the board one of our team, Vidit, watching Setu's game and trying to understand क्या चल रहा है position में. हम भी वही सोचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे कि चल क्या रहा है position में. Short castle, bishop g7, king g7, long castle. So usually ये position with bishop on e3 or g7 रहते हैं, but I think this is favorable to white if we have exchanged the dark squared bishops. So queen b6, g4, bishop e6, f4 on the board, Shri, a3. Black has also going to start his own attack. F5 and a4. He does not move his bishop back because, let's say, bishop d7 would run into g5, knight to e8, and knight d5, and black is totally busted. So a4, and white played knight a1 here, Sri. And a3, of course, would lose the whole bishop. So black now needs to save his bishop. He goes back bishop d7, and it's white to move. I really like this position for white, Sri. How about you?
I think it's quite double-edged, Soumya. On the king side, white is doing really well. There's g5 incoming, knight d5, as you pointed out. But black also has some counter chances here. And as you pointed out, this move a4, this interjection was really important, driving away that knight to a1. This gives black some counter chances on the queen side. The king on c1 is also vulnerable, so black can organize counterplay with knight e5, the square which was made accessible after white played f5, and the other rook coming to c8 and attacking the c4 point. Setu has to be, I think, quite precise in the way he continues from here, which is a bit of a challenge in this 45 plus 10 time control. In a similar situation in a classical game with 90 minutes, here I can imagine white spending about 20 minutes, 25 minutes to calculate and get an understanding, deep understanding of the position. But here in 45 plus 10, Setu has to take decisions faster. So this is the challenge that is different from a classical game.
By the way, Setu has gone for knight c2 here, Shri, and I totally agree with what you said that white might have better moves or some forced continuations, but there's not as much time in a 45-minute game to try and understand what's happening exactly for each idea of yours. So you play a little bit on your intuition as well. I honestly have a question here. Can I play a g5? And the knight goes to h5, I presume, and a move like f6, take, and queen d6. Is an idea like this possible? Because now the d7 bishop is hanging, and if you support it, yes, I see the bar going down, but hear me out. Rook f d8, and I go knight d5. So this was my idea. I can see that there might be a lot of flaws. What do you think is the problem with this variation?
I think bishop e6 is the move here for black.
Also, maybe queen e3, yeah, and this could also
queen e3 trading the queens off. That's one.
I thought to
option.
go king e1, to be honest, but yeah, this looks.
But now knight d5 is not an option anymore. Yeah, when you.
Yes, now I'm not threatening knight d5. Actually, I'm threatening knight c2 now. But then you have queen f3 and or even queen into g5. That's true. So
if you see the position, black's pawns are kind of connected here, and black's pieces are not too uncoordinated. White's pawns, on the other hand, are disjointed and all over the place, and this knight on e1 is kind of like a blot in the position.
Mhm. Knight on E1 really needs to get back into the game, and that's why this direct tactic was not working because of intermezzos like Mini 3 and Bishop E6. Very nice move pointed out by Srinath, covering the F2 square. So now knight D5 is not also not possible. Uh, we simply take it, right? And
Yeah,
then
take it and queen e3 check will come.
yeah, this knight is not hanging because we always have queen e3 check and then move the knight. So this is a little dangerous, and that's the reason we cannot just leave our knight on a1 and continue our attack on the king side. We need to bring it into the game. So Setu goes for knight to c2. That's the current position on the board, and dynamic, very dynamic and volatile position here, could go either way. And I think it's very, very typical of Setu's style and also his opponent's style. So both of them enjoying this position very much.
Absolutely. Setu loves these direct, concrete principle lines,
Mhm.
both in terms of his preparation and in terms of his playing style. If you see, he probably anticipated this line today, which is why you see he was having 45 minutes for a very long time. His opponent started thinking earlier. So Setu had the choice, and he could have either gone for this bishop h6 and long castle or chosen a simpler alternative, but he went for this and will be backing himself to score this win. Also, in general, Setu always performs better when he plays for India compared to when he plays on his own. He always has a higher rating performance. So he's a massive asset to the Indian team.
Definitely, he was in fact one of the top performance for India in the 2019 World Team Championship when you were the captain of the team, and he made a 2800 above performance for India at that time. I remember, and even in the current Olympiad that happened, the recent Olympiad that happened in Chennai, he played for India C on board too, and was absolutely fantastic. He was the top performer for their team as well. So yes, Setu, an out and out team player. He hasn't been having a great tournament over here. I must add that he had a tough time in the group stage, but he will be looking to bounce back. He's also the kind of player who bounces back really well, and we can certainly expect that from him. So
Absolutely.
let's go to Vidit's game, Shri, and see if any progress has been made. Knight c6, f4 on the board. Can you believe it? Is this very typical of this position?
It's very understandable because, as I was pointing out when we were here earlier, one of Black's key ideas, is to play e5 to develop the light square bishop. So knight c6 f4 here, even if it is not the most typical move, it's a very logical move, I should say. It weakens the e4 square, but right now it's not so easy for Black to get that knight onto e4. It's an interesting move at the very least, an interesting concept. It has strategic sense that it prevents e5, it takes control of that square. Whether how good it is, it remains to be seen. But I think for this game, it's an effective move.
Mm-hmm. So rook d8 was played by Black. Actually, Vidit always plays this really good positional moves, like bringing all his pieces to the right square. It's very nice to see Vidit's games. They are very good for the heart, I feel. Like calm moves, and everything is properly placed, and he's like that in his real life as well. If you go to his room anytime, everything is placed in where it needs to be, organized, and yeah, it's really nice. It's a really perfect for people who have OCD. You can be best friends with it for sure. uh, so short
That's
castle.
that's one way of putting it.
Short castle b6 on the board, knight g3, bishop b7 and bishop b2. This is the live position. um, क्या ख्याल है आपका श्री इस पोजीशन के बारे में?
I really like this question, Soumya, and this
Yeah,
is one of the openings I'm really fond of because you see, there's just so much imbalance between in the factors. Yeah, one is again White's pair of bishops, his control of dark squares with all these pawns, and Black's knights on the other hand. He has access to the e4 square, so I'll be looking to try and move my knight from c6 and try and get this knight to e4. At the moment, it's well controlled by White, but that's one common plan that really comes to my mind. But I think one of the challenges is that it's just practically not easy to get this going. It's practically just not you. I can't see how the knight comes to e4,
definitely.
and this variation is so rich. It's in existence since the 1930s, 1940s. So many beautiful classical games have been played in the Nimzo Indian as a whole.
Oh, yeah, and there we have a very nice view. What a nice setup by our producer Niranjan. We can see three screens and the board on the screen, view from three different cameras. There we can see Vidit, Nihal, SL and Setu very clearly on one of the cameras, then Setu and SL on the other one, and the Uzbek players Jahangir and Shamsuddin on the other one. Very nice view indeed. Uh, let's keep this view for some time, producer ji. And I have a question for the chat. Chat, यहाँ पर E4 possible है क्या? Will you play a move like E4 from white? फटाफट बताइए क्योंकि we also want to have a look at the other games. And Divya asks, what's the standings? So, Divya, this is the semi-final match. Yes, chess.com. India has already answered your question. This is the semi-final match between India and Uzbekistan. दो matches खेले जाएंगे इस stage पर और the team who wins both of them qualifies to the next one. If there is a tie, then we play a tiebreaker, and the first team which wins the tiebreaker qualifies to the final. So a very, very crucial match here because we have a chance to win a historic gold.
Absolutely, and India in the world teams they have won medal only once in the history. I think this was in 2010, and there's only one player from that team who has been a part of the same team. Can you guess who it was, chat? Who was that Indian? Who was that player who from this team who was part of the earlier bronze winning World Teams Championship?
Yeah, and he was also a part of the 2014 bronze medal winning Olympiad team. So there you have two clues, chat. Uh,
There is
फटाफट
one
बताइए.
person who has been in every almost every medal winning team for India.
Yes, Chris Keynes has got it right. Sasikiran, that's right, chat. That's right. Abhijeet Niels बोल रहे हैं. No, Abhijeet was not a part of the World Team Championship, even though he has. Yes, Shashi is the answer of the majority in the chat.
Yes,
Chris Keynes,
yes.
Sanjay Joshi, Rachit, Anish Nakra is asking who is India's captain. Vaibhav Suri is India's captain. We'll talk about him in a bit. Manasvi Mishra also says yes. Shashi, Ravindun, Vishnu Prasad, all of you got it right. Abhijeet Gupta says Setu. Setu was part of the Olympiad bronze medal winning team, but not a part of the World Team Championship in 2010. Hi, Abhijit. So great to have you in the chat. Chat, Abhijit is also playing in the World Team Championship. Let's send him a lot of good wishes. All the best, Abhijit. Jeet ke aana.
It's a nice one. Abhijit Jeet ke aana. Abhijit is the one person who has Jeet in his name itself.
हाँ उनके नाम में ही जीत है. And Ishan Gar says, yep, e4 loses the d4 pawn, but it does activate the diagonal for white. So not sure. No, guys, e4 simply loses a pawn. हम बहुत ज्यादा complicated questions नहीं पूछने वाले हैं यहाँ पर. Engine moves नहीं है ये सब. It's a normal, simple chess hai. And we simply win the pawn and are happy, happy, happy. So don't worry about that. Whoever got e4 se pawn ja raha hai, you all got it right. Rook a c8.
Meanwhile, I think we have some updates in Setu's game, Soumya. A
Hmm.
couple of moves have been played since since we were there last,
Hmm.
and you can see him walking around. He seems to be confident in his position there. I think that is one board where we have a bit of an advantage at the end of the opening.
All right, so let's just show the latest position in Vidit's game. White has played queen e2 and black is thinking this is the current position in Vidit's game. Let's go to Setu's board. Setu के बोर्ड पर क्या हो रहा है? Knight c2 के बाद black played queen to c5 and bishop e2. That's the current position on the board, Srinath.
Yes, and I think this bishop e2 is an important move because we were discussing some of these lines with g5, which was a powerful threat. And now the problem is black doesn't have this move knight h5.
Mhm.
So in all the previous situations after g5, black could respond with knight h5.
Mhm.
But here the
Also,
bishop on e2 controls it.
is h4 h5 an idea? Because now we support our g4 pawn.
Yes, h4, h5 is also an additional option, although you have to be a bit careful against the knight e5 related counterplay, which would attack both the c4 and the g4 pawn. But it depends. It depends on what black plays now. If black plays knight e5 directly, then we don't have a lot of time. So then I think white should already go g5 and f6 check in some situations.
So you mean to say knight h5 will just take and go f6. And this is
Exactly.
so bad for black. Oh my god, यहाँ पे तो checkmate ही हो जाएगी.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And also, by the way, king h8, we can also take queen d6. We don't always need to checkmate. We can sometimes take material also. But I think
Yes.
queen h6 might also be very, very powerful. So actually, we are spoiled for choice here.
Indeed, we should just warn that chat shouldn't take queen into h5 here. We can ask the chat what happens if white takes queen into h5 and why
This is a
it's.
very good question for the chat. Guys, यहाँ पे queen h5 is a mistake. And why is it a mistake, chat? As you can see, the bar goes down drastically. Why shouldn't white take queen h5 in this position?
But yeah, white has a nice position here and a bit of a healthy lead on the clock as well. Black certainly under pressure. There's absolutely no doubt about it at all, I think.
Yes. Everyone who's watching the stream for the first time, please feel free to participate. आप गलत जवाब भी देंगे तो यहाँ पे सब हम सब like we are all learning, so don't hesitate to give your answers, and that's how we learn. Parikshit 008 says knight d3. Anirudh says knight d3. Raj Anand knight d3. VSC Chess, who got a lot of answers right yesterday. Yes, knight d3. Debashish, Kalita, and Vishnu Prasad. Yes, guys, knight d3 is the move. Bishop g4 would not work, Ishan. We will get to that later. Knight d3 check, queen d3, and queen h5 loses the queen by force. Bishop g4 check would be a gift actually, because after hg, I think it was just for fun that he wrote it, because after hg we checkmate on h7 with the queen. So yeah, guys, let's go back to the position on the board. Bishop e2, very nice move by Setu, and he has all these great ideas on the board with g5, f6 coming in. So yeah, not a very good way to face. Black doesn't have a very good way to face g5. Maybe h6 now, but it's already a move we don't want to make. h6, maybe just
Yes,
h5.
absolutely. H6 will weaken the position for black and it will make white's attack stronger. Now this h4 g5 idea will be even stronger because of this hook on h6.
Yeah.
which is why Wakido has been thinking for close to 8 minutes already in this position, and doesn't seem to be having an easy way out here.
Yeah, definitely. And how about an innocent move like rook f c8, not doing much? You play g5, go back knight e8, and defend the pawn on d6. Is this a way to play for black?
It's logical. It's logical to play like this. G5, knight e8, but I think White can just march ahead now with something like knight to d5. The queen goes to c3, and after knight d5, the problem for Black is you can't even move the c6 knight because that would hang e7. So continue with queen c3, and it's not again easy to find counterplay for Black.
That is true. So knight d5, a very nice idea here. Uh, and okay, black is going to play knight e5 here. That is basically his only plan, but we always have knight e3 and support c4. So we actually don't have anything at all to worry about as white. We can also play a move like rook f1 and try to pressurize the f7 point at some day. So yeah, that's great. Vishnu Prasad wants us to show Nihal versus Sindaro. So okay, Vishnuji, we will go to that board. Lot of moves have been played. Bishop f4, c6, queen c1. Again, this is an idea to exchange the fianchet of bishop. Knight e4, knight bd2, knight d2, queen d2, knight f6, bishop h6, and he does not play knight e4, but he plays bishop f5. He doesn't choose to gain the tempo. Bishop g7, king g7, knight e5, knight e4,
Yeah,
bishop
knight
e4.
e4 now, but this allows White to take the game into a knight versus bishop situation.
Right. And if black had taken bishop e4, guys, we could have played, we could have started a pawn role in the center. What do you think white would have played had black taken bishop e4 here, guys?
This is
It's
not
not,
so easy one for the chat, yeah.
yes, definitely not an easy idea, but yeah, that's the hint that you start a pawn role in the center. How will you start it?
Nice question. It's a
So,
nice question for the chat.
bishop
Nihal
e4.
going for a very interesting approach against Sindro. Yeah, he's just taking out all his activity.
Awesome. Our chat is very alert. Komalk, Sanjay Mistri ji, Keshav Singhal, and Parikshit 008, Vishnu Prasad, all of you, Krishnansu Mohapatra ji, uh, and Keshav Singhal, and Google. I won't use my full name, Anish Nakra. All of you guys have got it right. F3 followed by E4 is a very good idea in this position. And take control of the whole center. Of course, black की position खराब नहीं है, but this was a good idea for white here. So black actually did not take with the bishop. He took with the pawn instead to keep control of the center. He can also play f6, na? Next f6 and e5.
Yeah, actually, that's what he's going for in the game as well. I think uh, he actually went for e5 directly.
Yeah, because now we have already moved our knight, so e5, and if white takes, we take back with the queen and take with the rook. So black's pawn structure problem is also solved, and he has a nice pawn on e4.
But nevertheless, there is a lot of life still left in this position. It's equal material. It all looks so close to equal. But yeah, as you pointed out, this pawn on e4 can be a problem in the future for black. It can be a bit of a weakness. And apart from that, it also, this knight against the bishop, the knight can be better in certain situations.
So what you're saying is, even though the pawn on e4 looks like it controls a lot of squares, it's actually going to prove to be a weakness in the end game because of the fact that black has a light squared bishop.
Yeah, not just that. In general, this pawn on e4 is always a bit extended in these structures, even in the rook endgames. If that
Mm,
pawn on e4, the pawn on e4 is not as easily supported, yeah. Like you have to support it with a pawn on f5. You weaken a lot of squares in an attempt to do that. The pawn cannot really move forward from e4 that easily. So this structure with e4, f7, g6, h7 against h2, g3, f2, e2, white's pawn structure is a bit more better. It's less weak.
all right. Okay, then. So Nihal does have something to play for even in this endgame of knight versus bishop that will be seen, and most probably, or he can even maintain queens by not touching his pawns. Black will take on d4 and we take back with the pawn. Both these options are possible. Let's go to SL's games, shall we? A lot of
Yeah.
moves have been played here as well, Srinath. Knight d8 पे हमने छोड़ी थी position. Knight d5 खेला white ने. So knight d5 forcing some exchanges. Knight into d5, ed5, and c5 on the board.
This was a, I think, a very complex and crazy game so far. Maybe crazy is not the word, but it has been quite complex so far. Um, and you will see the bar going up and down quite a bit already.
All right. So let's see what happened. AB, rook 8, bishop 8. Looks like this bishop is completely out of play because of this pawn which restricts the bishop. But we have some ideas like bishop b7 and bishop c8 at least later and activating the bishop. So c4, b4. Yeah, this bishop looks completely restricted, but we will soon get it out. Bishop a4, queen c7, queen e2.
Yeah, this was the critical point actually. When white played bishop a4, here it seems white had something really strong, which the computer shows, but probably the players didn't really consider it so much. There's a very, very strong idea for white here.
All right, and which is queen a1.
Which,
That's what my computer is showing.
yeah, but the key idea is to play d4, either with
Yes.
the inclusion of queen a1 or without it. But the key idea is to play d4, and this is
Yeah.
something I
Taking back.
really find it difficult to understand.
So we will of course take it with the e pawn because if we take it with the c pawn, then white takes the b pawn. इसीलिए we would like to take the d pawn for free, so we take it ed, and then what happens? Bishop a4 now because we cannot go queen to c8 as we hang the bishop on e7. So queen c7 is forced. This doesn't make much sense. So let's go back. And my
No,
computer,
before you play bishop a4, there's a intermediate move,
yeah,
queen a5.
this is a very difficult move to spot, especially in a rapid game. Queen a5, controlling the c7 square, and with the idea to play bishop a4. And here, अगर हम bishop rook e8 खेलेंगे, फिर भी white will play bishop a4 and collect the whole rook, not only the exchange, but the whole rook, guys. So rook e8 is not possible. White is threatening bishop a4 and rook e7. What do we play here? Maybe bishop f6 is the only move in this position. And
But you can already feel how paralyzed the position is,
yes,
yeah. And
this,
bishop f6, bishop a4,
yeah,
queen c8, just queen b6, and already there's no way to defend the d6 pawn.
we do have queen b8, but bishop f4, yeah, and this looks a total disaster. So basically, passive space problems की वजह से black की position धीरे धीरे करके चार मूव में बहुत खराब हो जाएगी अगर हम d4 pawn खा लेंगे तो. And d4 was a really cool idea, but it's very difficult to spot and very easy to miss it. It's like that knight d7 idea played by Ivanchuk. If you see it, you see it. Otherwise, you miss it.
Yeah, this is incredibly strong because you're sacrificing a pawn and it's not even immediate compensation. It's one of those alpha zero stockfish typical long-term compensation ideas, which is I think beyond human. So what happened in the game was, of course, I think more human, but people shouldn't get confused with that spike in that evaluation. I don't think it was going to happen.
Mm-hmm. So queen e2, bishop f6, knight g5, because now white was threatening e4, d4 by the way, after queen e2. Now he was threatening d4, cd and bishop b4. And here we cannot take ed because, chat, let us know why black cannot take ed4 in this position after d4. Let's say black plays
Yes, chat, go for it and do hit that like button as well. Let's get it past 100 so more people can tune in and support India in this exciting semifinals.
Yes, definitely. Let's get it past 100, guys. 184 people watching and only 88 lakhs likes. That's not fair at all. फटाफट लाइक कर दीजिए स्ट्रीम को एंड D4 को क्या खेलेंगे आप वो भी बता दीजिए हमको. And anyway, so bishop f6 was played, knight g5, bishop g5, bishop g5, f6. I think this is good news because at least थोड़े pieces exchange हो चुके हैं black के, and the space disadvantage doesn't hurt as much, you know, because there are lesser pieces that we need to find good squares for. Bishop d2, bishop b7, rook a1, bishop c8. Finally, a bishop is out of the prison. Bishop b5 and bishop d7. Yes, let's exchange more and more pieces. And after this bishop is exchanged, these pawns will actually prove to be an asset against this bishop because they are on the same color as this bishop, so they restrict the scope of this bishop infinitely.
Yeah, and it's a very comfortable position for SL, I think, now.
Yes, guys, you are
in some
absolutely
situations, the
right.
knight can even.
Yes. Yes, Shrina, please tell us.
Yeah. Go on, Soumya.
Chat is absolutely right, Keshav.
I know what I
Suraj.
meant is.
I just answer the chat first. Keshav, Dinesh Ji,
Yeah.
Komal,
Yeah.
Sanjay Mistry, Dhairya Kumar, and Sanket Joshi. All of you got it right. Queenie Tuko h6 would have been a mistake because it allows a move like d4. We cannot take cd because bishop b4 hanging है. और ed तो बहुत ही बड़ा blunder हो जाता because queen into e7 bishop मार रहा था. With the support of the rook. Yes, that was the point of queen e2. So black had to play bishop f6 and we got to this position. Yes, Srinath, please tell us about the knight.
Yes, so what I was saying is the knight can become better than the bishop sometime in the future. So, a very comfortable position for black here. And this is one of the games where I'm not really worried for India.
How's this? Root. So he has actually
beautiful.
Yeah, that's a nice long journey that we want to take. So bishop d7, queen d7, and this is the position, and now we feel quite comfortable as black. तो ये बोर्ड तो ठीक है. निहाल की पोजीशन में क्या हो रहा है हमने अभी अभी डिस्कस की थी. So let's go to Vidit's game. Queen e2, rook d7.
Let's go to Vidit's game, which is the most worrying game right now for India, Soumya, because he's not been able to. It just feels more comfortable to play as white here, no? There's a dangerous attack looming on the king side. With his last move, queen f2. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure which position we are in right now because now I see it. Yeah. So with his last move, queen f2, there's an attack looming, f5 coming in, and white is trying to strengthen the d4 point so he can open up the way for the b2 bishop. And one way of doing it is in certain circumstances you can even take d takes c5 and play the pawn to c4. This has to be prepared, of course, and he cannot do it right now because he played the queen to f2, leaving the d3 bishop on tree. But he could have started it on the previous move. Like he could have started with d takes c5, b takes c5, and played c4. I quite like this for white.
Oh, this was a very good idea for white that he missed actually. He has some other plans of his own, which might also be good enough. But this was a really nice idea that you've shown, Srinath. And in fact, once you spot it, I think you would go for it. So maybe he was not looking for it, Yakubov. He was looking at some other ideas in this position. Queen F2 का क्या idea हो सकता है
Yeah,
श्रीनाथ?
with white in this position, I'm always trying to look for a way to activate the dark square bishop Soumya, because that is one of the biggest pain points strategically. So if I can get that bishop into the game, white's position would be clearly better in a lot of situations. That is one strategic disadvantage. But with queen f2, it's still not easy for Vidit to make a move. Like if you look at his previous moves, the moves that led up to this, oh, he's just made a move, is it?
He's played king h8. I have a feeling, since it's a rapid game and you don't want to calculate too much also, you want to preserve time on your clock. I feel one of the ideas for white could be bishop b1 and e4 supporting d4. That could be an idea behind a move like queen f2. I mean, it's like a let's take it easy kind of move. Let's not calculate too much.
Exactly. Let's not calculate too much and also make it difficult for the opponent.
Hmm.
It's like bleeding the opponent, just making them think more and more, and letting them come up with an idea. But at some point, Vidit can even play king h8, king g8, and ask white what is he doing. So at some point, white has to come with an action plan and decide where he wants to break things open. So this is the challenge for Yakubai. He's certainly exerting pressure against Vidit. So if we had to sum up, uh, on board one, white is exerting pressure, Yakubaya against Vidit, and on board four, Setu is exerting pressure against Wakido. And boards two and three are more or less balanced at the moment, but it looks good for India overall.
Yeah, that's a very optimistic view, Srinath. Thank you so much. Do you want to have a quick look at how the other semi-final match is going? China is playing against Spain, and if we win this match against Uzbekistan, and whoever wins, then we play whoever wins the other semi-final in the final round. So let's have a quick look there. Um, Lu Shanglai Lu Shanglai plays against Santos Latasha Jaime on board one for Spain.
And it looks good, no? White's position at the present moment.
It's too complicated, but I mean, this pawn is amply protected by the bishop. Right now, black is obviously threatening bishop f3 because the pawn is pinned. So we need to do something about our f3 knight here. Do we simply protect it with the rook, or we move it?
Either way is possible, but I'm more inclined towards moving it away. Something like just knight h2,
Uh-huh.
and yeah, I think you pointed it out right that the position is complex. But maybe instead of knight h2, knight g5 is also another option with the idea of h7 check.
Mm-hmm. And there we have a view of the Chinese team against Spain. Uh,
They are
China,
both decked out in red. It's red versus red.
it's red versus red, and a little bit of white thrown in, and a little bit of blue thrown in the form of their blazers. Um, Actually, it's quite a nice
He's gone
setup.
for knight g5.
It's he's gone
No,
for
I
knight.
think white will win this game.
All right. So, could we get the four screen view on the screen, producer G, of the multiple cameras on the Indian team? Is that possible?
It's interesting how you say producer G, like how Amitabh says computer G in KBC.
Computer G. Computer G.
Producer G is our computer G.
He is actually. Same ही है दोनों.
But yeah, I think Spain is a big favorite to win this contest. So yeah, looking at the position across the boards.
Mhm. I was just curious to see how our players are doing in terms of their body language. Setu fully focused their SL as well. All four players are on the board. Nobody's
And
getting
in
up.
the Setu game, it actually exactly happened as we were discussing earlier.
Mhm. So we should go there quickly. We'll try to get the board as soon as possible. Uh, Meanwhile, this is a nice view of the players we have. Nihal usually gets up a lot, but here he's fixed to his board, partly because of the time situation as well. Uh, हमारे कैप्टन भी वही रहेंगे. वैभव, I'm sure, must be around the team somewhere.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering where he is right now. There he is. There he is. There he is. It's also a very comfortable thing for the captain to be able to see all four boards at once.
Mhm.
Yeah, Yakube is still thinking, but we are going towards some of the critical points of the game. Yakube against Vidit. And I think SL also has some chances in his game against Shamsidin in the third board. Uh, because I just intuitively feel that that's another board where we have chance. 3 and 4 looks good for us.
3 and 4 looks good for us. 4, we have a definite chance. And SL's board, yes, we saw that wonderful endgame that SL won. SL has been having a great tournament, in fact. So, um, definitely, we can expect the SL magic to work out in this round as well. Um, yeah, there we see.
Yes, SL is such a fantastic asset for the team. And this time control with 10 seconds increment is totally in his comfort zone because he's incredibly fast. He's one of the fastest players around, actually.
Mhm. And let's get the latest position from SL's game on the screen. F5, queen d1, queen e7, rook a6, queen f6, b3. How the game has turned, Shri. एक few moves पहले तक हम white के लिए सारे ideas दिखा रहे थे, white के लिए सारे breaks दिखा रहे थे. Here, all the beautiful stuff was working out for white's favor, and black had a very, very passive position with all of his pieces restricted to the last and second last ranks. And just look at the present position on the board. I mean, even though black's position are still in its own camp, sorry, pieces are still in his own camp, the space advantage is not as much for white anymore, because black also is gaining space on the king side and getting some beautiful squares for his pieces.
Yeah, actually, it's only Black who has the initiative, Soumya. And in these types of situations, SL can get very dangerous. This is his best suit. Also, I've seen situations where Shamsidin has collapsed in these kind of situations where the opponent gets an initiative going. So this, I feel, is one of the most promising situations in today's match for India. Uh, Beautiful arrows there. Yes, F4, the knight can go to H6, F5, D4. That's one option. F4, just playing for knight G5, and some sacrifices on H3 is also an option. There are these weak pawns on D3, and this bishop on D2 for white, it just feels useless at the moment.
And also on the screen, we do have VD's game. So since we have a good feeling about SL's game right now, let's switch to VD's game and have a look at what's happening there. हमें एक लाइव पोजीशन भी दिख रही है उनकी स्क्रीन पर, और यहाँ पर उनका बोर्ड भी है. VD playing black here, of course. So let's switch the board. King H8, Rook F1, and A6. This is the current position. 14 minutes for white and 19 for black.
Yeah, they're just both playing. They're just both playing, just circling around each other for the moment. And White has to try and get that position opened up. But how exactly is the question? It's also a bit dangerous for Yakubayev to start going into a deep think at this point. He's been prone to getting into time trouble in the past. So a bit of a dangerous situation. Oh, Nihal is looking at us.
Hi.
Why is
Hi.
Nihal looking at us like that? Nihal, I'm sorry that I Reveal your favorite song. Okay.
What is it? Oh my God. When? When did you
Oh my
reveal it?
God. Again, he's looking at me. I forgot to send you the clip yesterday. Yeah? I'll send it to you now.
Hi, Nihal. How's it going? Chat, this is a good time to send all your good wishes to Nihal. He is looking at you. Okay, now the screen has switched. We've got it there, and Nihal yawning, as we can see. Um, it's how, what's the time in Jerusalem? It's 4 p.m., I suppose.
Yeah.
4 p.m. right now. Yes, the games begin at 3 p.m. local time. So yeah, here Queenie 2 would be a good idea to switch back to the plan that Shri showed earlier, and Queenie 2 basically just supports the bishop. But Yakubaya goes for the plan I had mentioned, bishop b1.
Bishop B1, and now I think the game's set to open up soon. Yeah. It's just going to start exploding in one way or another. We have two very interesting situations. One is this Vidit game, Bishop B1, and White's next move is going to be E4, E5, F5, F6. This is the danger that is faced by Vidit. You see all his pieces concentrated on the center. He doesn't have any immediate counterplay going on the queen side. And this looks quite worrying for me because White has a very straightforward idea. He just wants to go E4, E5, F5. And how is Black going to defend against these pawns rushing down there?
Yeah, I see with it touching his knight, he's going to go knight a5, Srinath. And I think it's a very good idea to actually start activating on the queen side. He's definitely going to go knight a5 there. Knight a5 on the board. We have
Yes,
it.
knight A5, E4, I think will come in now. Knight C4, and the bishop moves. There is this counterplay, but let's say bishop c1, and here I'm feeling a bit stuck as black.
Bishop c1. Don't you think that bishop might feel vulnerable someday? cd, cd. Okay, we have those moves on the board. cd, cd can be expected so that we open the c file for ourselves. ये pawn c5 पे रख के कोई फायदा तो है नहीं. क्योंकि अभी नाइट C4 भी आ चुका है तो C3 को अटैक ही नहीं कर पाएंगे वैसे भी तो CD खा लेते हैं एटलीस्ट दिस फाइल विल बी आवर्स and then we can think of what to do next.
Yeah, but CD's disadvantage is now if white goes e5, black has this counterplay with knight d5, knight into c3. But if you remove that c3 pawn, when you play knight d5, you're not threatening anything.
All right, so that's the point. So black needs to come up with a waiting move here so that white can play a move like e5 and give up the d5 square, and we can create some counterplay based on that. This is looking a little difficult for black, but we can, it's not too bad. We can surely hold it if we keep ourselves calm and things go a bit in our favor, even fortune wise. So, SL's game, let's switch to F4 on the board. क्योंकि यहाँ इस बोर्ड पे हमें बहुत ज्यादा आशा है. F4 खेला है white ने, queen G4 and knight H6. So now queen E6 एक move possible है actually. What
But
is it for that?
then just takes knight f5 and the d6 pawn will fall, no?
Oh, it's very important knight F5 हम खेले क्योंकि pawn into pawn, rook E8 for rook into D6 के बाद ना ही हमारी pawn चलेगी but E6 pawn भी support हो गई. So it's very important to play this move knight to F5 supporting the D6 pawn and then play rook E8 and rook E6 and collect the pawn on E6. Yeah, and this would be a great position for black because we would be a pawn up. So white played queen to D7 and wants to create counterplay against the D6 pawn, knight F5. For sure, rook D8 be possible actually. So we have a choice here whether to go knight F5 or rook D8. I like knight F5 more because we anyway wanted to go there.
Yeah, we anyway wanted to go there, and it also advances the knight towards a more attacking position. Yeah, and if you can do the job with a knight, then why should we divert the rook there?
chat is asking for Nihal's game, so let's go there, Srinath. We haven't looked at it for a while now. Nihal playing the white pieces against Sindaro Jauke, e5 के बाद de5 मारा white ने queen into d2, knight d2, rook e5. We had a brief look at this position after knight c4, preventing e3 and attacking the rook with knight c4. Very important move there. Um, Rook e7 and knight to d6. Wow, very, very forcing. Rook d8, knight f5, gf5, and b4. So he has gone into a pure double rook endgame. It's you can say it's equal, but you can also say that both sides have chances because itne sare pawns hai board par. There are 7 pawns on the board. Only one pair of pawns have been exchanged. So it is going to be a very long game.
Yes, and it's an unlosable position for Nihal. So only he's the one who is going to try, and he has a slightly better pawn structure.
That's reassuring to know that it is unusable. It's also the first time I've ever heard this word. KB, CB, and that's it.
When you spend a lot of time with Nihal and with it, you come up with such words, Samya, because they don't lose so often.
They don't lose so often. That's why. Oh, nicely put there. So rook to d2, and black does have his ideas, huh? He can play e3 himself and try to create some issues with activating our king, I must say. A5, ये बहुत ही fast खेल रहे हैं दोनों. I think Nihal has made up his mind that he's okay with a draw. What do you think? Or is he pushing for more?
No, he always likes to go for these safe situations where he tries without really risking much,
Okay.
and it so happens that this is also a very nice strategy for team events because your teammates know that there is this one safe board where there is chances, but it won't lose. So
Yeah.
you have that insurance, and it's like having Rahul Dravid in your team. You know that wicket is not going to fall so easily, and you have other people scoring, taking more risks, but one board which is safe. So this is also in general how Nihal's general style of players. He likes to be in that safety zone.
Huge asset in team events for sure to have such a solid and dependable player in your team. Let's go to Setu, who is extremely dynamic, but here it is fully in our favor, his dynamism. We left the game somewhere over here, Srinath. Bishop e2, knight e5 khela, g5, knight h5, bishop h5, g into h5, f6, ef6. We actually had a look at a similar line, ef6, and white played queen f4. He did not take gf6. He played queen f4 and bishop e6. This is the live position.
This has been good defense so far by Wakido, I must say, because it was so easy to go really wrong in that position as black. And now the thing is, immediate question: why not take g takes f6? Why not take queen takes f6? Why not take one of these pawns? And the answer is that the black king hides behind one of the pawns in either of these situations. Now, if white takes with the queen on f6, then the black king goes to g8, and white is not able to open up lines against the king. And on the other hand, if white takes with a pawn on f6, let's say g takes f6, then the black king just hides out at h8, and the h file cannot be opened so easily. So at the moment, black is able to defend against all these major threats, and this is how he's holding the position together. Rook g1 played. Oh my god, Setu has blundered. Setu has blundered.
Knight d3. Oh no. Oh no. Knight d3. He missed knight d3. Let's just show this to the chat. Oh my god, this is a huge blunder, and this could really cost us a full point in this match. Knight d3. a move Setu
Komal
definitely.
K in the chat asking just at that precise moment, Soumya, why not rook h g1? And
Guys, here Queen G1 is not as effective as Knight D3. Please tell us why. Why would Queen G1 not be effective? As you can see, the bar has raised. Why would Queen G1 be a huge mistake by Black here? Uh, but Knight D3, on the other hand, very, very crucial fork there. We have to take, and then Queen into G1 loses an exchange, and after Queen G5, oh my god, this is getting so bad for white. Oh my god, Rook G1, Rook G1, huge blunder there by Setu. He had a fantastic
Aradhya is
position.
asking, are we sure if this is a blender? I look at the bar, but
Yes,
maybe this is Setu's. No, I think it's a blender because after knight d3, rook d3, queen g1 check in this
it is
position. He wants to play knight d1 and keep the
no,
attack
this
going,
is
is it?
a definite blunder. No, Acha, he wants to play Rook D3, Queen. No, but this is a definite blunder. It's another
Feel
thing that
so,
he might
feel so.
compensation or something. Acha, you mean to say I cannot take this because of Rook G3? Okay, this
Yes,
is a good
exactly.
point. This is a good
So there
point to
is
show.
some practical compensation here in the game. It's not that straightforward,
Yes.
but nevertheless, it feels like something has gone wrong. I think we
Maybe
are going to have a draw in the Nihal game.
we have a result in Nihal's game. Let's go there quickly. The game has ended in a draw. So we will show you the last few moves of the game. Rookie.
But what is clear is the SL game, yeah? The SL game is clear. Meanwhile, chat
I'm
saying there's a
really
bit of a
worried about
lag. Chat,
Setu's game. I'm really
just
worried
hit the
about.
refresh button and there will be no lag. Sorry, Soumya, please go ahead.
I'm really worried about Setu's game here, Sri. Let's see how his opponent responds. It's possible that he might also feel afraid of the variation that we showed, where it seemed like White has some compensation after FG. Of course, Rook G3 is winning for White and might not take the exchange. But honestly speaking, I mean, like even queen c5 here does the trick for black, and black would be simply an exchange up in this position. Yes, white does have some compensation, like let's say we take on f6 and then go knight e3 later, but looks difficult, and Setu will be on the defensive in case black plays knight d3. Let's see what he goes for.
Absolutely. And this was totally unnecessary, yeah, because we had pressure on boards 3 and 4.
We had a
But
position.
now it has turned around and India is under pressure in 1 and 4. But the good thing, Soumya, I think we are heading towards a win on the third board. Look at SL there, poised to play a move. He's just about to play a move. And he went back and started thinking again. But the current position he has a massive advantage.
I have been very impressed with the way SL has handled this game. You know, from a completely passive position, he kept on exchanging one piece after the other, created more space for the remaining pieces on the board, and has managed to place all of his pawns on the dark squares. All of black's pawns are on the squares of the color of white's bishop, completely restricting its scope. Even though it's not too obvious, this bishop is actually a prisoner of black pawns.
Yeah, a prisoner of black spawns, and the king is also super lonely. So there are these knight h4, queen g5 ideas coming in, and it looks like black is crashing through. So there is, for example, this queen g6 with the idea of attacking both g2 as well as d3.
Yeah, we can definitely expect SL to convert this. White has no counterplay, zero counterplay, not even a hint of a perpetual. The king is so safe on h7. Beautiful game by SL. Beautifully handled so far. We can definitely hope for him to bring the full point. I'm really curious what happened in Setu's game. F6, Queen F4, Bishop E6, Rook at G1. Yes, Black did go for Knight D3. Let's hope that Setu can find a magic trick and pull out a draw or a win in this game. Rook D3 on the board, Queen G1, Knight D1, Queen G5. Queen G5? What? Queen
Yeah,
G5.
because after Rook G3, there's Bishop G4, Soumya. This is an intermezzo.
Okay, then.
Which makes sense from Black's perspective because it really clarifies things. He wants to go into an endgame with Rook against two knights, but also he has all these passers. So Rook G3, Bishop G4.
Wow. Very easy to miss this move, Bishop G4. But I think White also has something to play for now. After, do we first of all need to take the queen, or
We don't need to. You can keep it.
This might not be that pleasant to play as White? I understand.
Yes.
But
Also,
then
also
this
you
is
can take the pawn on G4 and have the connected rolling pawns.
okay. So you want to take this and maybe support F6
Yeah,
and
F6 and then H5, H4.
yeah, but even this position I feel optimistic to at least hold, because यहाँ पे मुझे बहुत ही ज्यादा डर लग रहा था कि हम exchange down भी है और फिर attack भी नहीं मिलेगा पर already Queen G5
Yes, it's
decision.
double edged.
Yes. We can, I must say this, I must tell this to our chat that our producer is talking to his cat on the side and we can hear him speak to his cat. I wish the chat could hear you. This would have been so funny. And then Queen Rook G3. Yes, so Srinath, what I was saying was that this position actually puts me in a good mood. Yeah, like White also has something to play for and इतना प्रॉब्लम नहीं है ये तो हम डिफेंड कर लेंगे
Absolutely. It's double edged. Meanwhile,
E3
Abhimanyu Puranik is there in the chat. It's like, SL, how can someone so annoying be so strong? No, SL is fun to hang around with, though.
Oh, Chris Gaines has a good comeback. He says, "Your Abhimanyu, your question is the answer. SL just keeps annoying his opponent until he gives up." Fun.
Yeah, yeah.
बहुत ही fun था. Uh, by the way,
That's
यहाँ पे Queen E3 possible है क्या या Queen D2? मतलब मैं नहीं लूंगी pawn तो Queen नहीं लूंगी तो
I think that's a better move, Soumya. I think that's how Setu should continue. He should play some Queen D2 or Queen E3, um, because that would make things difficult for Black. He won't have this connected passers yet, and
Hmm.
the situation will not be clarified so easily. So I'm kind of expecting Queen D2 here.
And we can play this. Oh no, we can at least play this now. Yeah, I thought I'm blundering again. But yeah, so Queen D2, nice move there for Setu. Will Setu find it or will he go for Queen G5 and go into that also uh, defendable according to us? Okay, so this board we are fine with. We at least get a draw, I think so, and we are winning on SL's uh, board. So let's go to with its game. But I don't want to miss the winning moment in SL's game. Srinath, I really would love to watch SL actually win. Watch him live. So do you
But
want to
I
just
think that will take a few minutes.
because
I'll yeah.
because now knight h4 is the threat and queen f3 is queen f1 is the way to defend it. Yeah, and maybe this game does go on after f3 white has g3, so maybe this game does go on. Yes. So let us have a look at Vidit's game then. What's happening here?
Vidit is under significant pressure. The pawn structure has changed a bit since we last left it. Now with bishop d3, that knight on c4 is supporting the e5 pawn as well as the b6 pawn, and white is creating pressure on those points. Especially the e5 pawn is a long-term weakness for black. These rooks on d7 and c7, they are not really effective. They are not really doing anything. They're kind of stepping on each other's toes. And I have to say that black is struggling here.
We must check how we got to this position from where we left it quickly. Bishop c1 पर हम देख रहे थे ये position, पर cd दिया black ने, c into d5, knight g8 with it played. I mean, when you have to make a move like knight g8, it is clear that something is terribly wrong with your position.
Yeah, absolutely. He just got strategically outplayed today, and this f4 idea was quite effective from a practical perspective because it was not so common.
Yes, f4, a very interesting idea in the opening by Vakido Yakuba in Nazirбек to prevent e5. Okay, so after knight g8, white played knight h5, f6 was played. That's the reason he went back knight g8 so that he could play e5, d5, e5, knight g3, knight e7, f into e5, f into e5, and bishop d3. This is getting very difficult, as Srinath explained. Actually, right now, do we have a decent move in the position? Because if we move the knight, Srinath, he comes to f5 with his knight. Maybe b5 is the only move here, like which doesn't spoil our position, you know?
Yeah, b5 looks like a very playable move, and that there is still a lot to play for here. After b5, once white has a large advantage, but it's not a straightforward one. The game is not going to end in the next 5 or 10 moves. It's going to be a long drawn out game, and white has only 5 minutes remaining. So after b5, already it's not so clear how we continue.
Black also has to constantly watch out for bishop h6 sacrifices with the idea that g h6, queen f6, king h7, queen f7, and knight h5. These kind of ideas. For now, they don't work because we have our rook on the 7th rank. So we move our knight and guard the g8, g7 square. But we have to be careful.
Absolutely, we have to be careful, and the time situation is, I think, one of the best things for black here. But apart from that, there's nothing
going our way.
Yeah, nothing going our way. But
Okay,
anyway,
then.
after b5, what does white do? How does white continue?
Yeah, I mean, it's that's a good thing about this position, that there is no clear cut plan. I mean, white surely can improve his position step by step, but there is, for example, when the pawn.
Black's position also has some defensive potential, no? Like for example, I want to move my knight from e7 to c8 to d6, and if I can get that position and then get my rook to f7, I would have improved a lot.
Wow, that's a nice plan. I wanted to bring my queen to h5. Can I do that? Or g6 if your knight moves, but maybe h5 first.
Strong. Let's see, yeah, like knight c8. How does it go? Is it checkmate or what's the problem?
Knight f5. I thought when you move your knight, I go knight f5. But I'm just wondering, if I go knight f5, you anyway go knight d6 and again challenge my knight. So maybe
Yeah,
just
that was my intention.
and you go knight d6, right?
Vidit has played rook d6 though.
Rook d6. So not knight c8, not b5, but rook d6, guys. On the board, he wants to play rook f6.
Yeah, he's just improving the one of the pieces position. The rooks on d7 and c7 weren't doing much, so he's just uh, taking it one step better. But again, I don't see exactly how white crashes through here. Do we have some updates on the Setu's game?
Yeah, I also wanted to go there. I see Setu on the screen and I'm very curious how's that game developing. Bishop g4, Queen e3 he played. Queen e3 he played. I thought the problem with Queen e3 was some rook to e8 and the e4 pawn hangs. I don't know which one, either this one or.
Yeah, that's one of the problems. Other is the rook c8, which is what happened in the game,
Okay.
and it takes away the e3 square from the knights, which is why I wanted to go to d2. With
Yeah.
queen on d2, it was an option to continue in the middle game with knight e3. Setu thought
Yeah.
if black takes on e3, recaptures with the tempo, and knight
Mm.
comes to a nice e3 square. But here, black doesn't
Black
need to
is,
take on e3.
yeah, exactly. Black is not forced to take. The queen on g5 is protected. He doesn't need to move it. So rook a c8 played for queen a3. Good move by black. Black is playing quite well, we must say. H into g4. But still, position is slightly tough for white, but not out of control. We can manage to hold this. We could even have some chances in case the queens somehow stay on the board. We find, like, for example,
True.
here rook c4 would be an epic blunder, guys. Please tell us, chat, what's happening for rook into c4. This is your chance to spot minor tactics, and these are the tactics that help you finish off your opponent. So guys, tell us in the chat quickly, आप rook c4 जैसी मूव को कैसे आंसर करेंगे on the board. Chess.com
Uh,
India इंसर्ट मीम धक धक हो रेला है अपन को. ये हेरा फेरी का मीम है. आई कैन इमेजिन परेश रावल फेस.
but Samya, I think SL is close to winning here.
Oh wow, we should go there. And the chat, Aradhya, come on, you're not allowed to answer these questions, but okay, chalo, chalega. Thank you for participating in the chat. Sanket Joshi, yes, you got this. Keshav Singhal, Komai, Komal, Komal K. Now I got your name right. Itni der se I'm calling you Komal. Komal K. Got it. Yes, guys, you're all right. G into H5, and suddenly our rook on G3 is supported, and this queen, बिचारी एक rook के लिए मारी जाएगी, and white will win the game. So rook c4 would be a blunder, and I think black will be forced to take h into g4, which is what happened, and king b1. This is the live position, but let's quickly go to SL's game because that might be over any time and we don't want to miss the winning moment.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I think that will be the first game to get over
no,
most
Nihal's game is
likely.
already over.
I
Nihal's game
mean,
is already over.
amongst the games which are going on, I
Huh,
feel this will we'll be 1-0 up in this contest. I think this will be
huh.
the first win.
Hmm. So queen d7, rook d8, queen a4, knight f5, bishop c1, h6, rook 8, queen 8, king h7, bishop b2. We left it somewhere here. Yes, let's just show the remaining moves. E4, breaking.
E4 is a very strong move, an important move that I think finishes off white. It gives
Yeah, I mean,
access to this b3 pawn, and that b3 pawn is lost.
now this f5 pawn is at f4 pawn is attacked, so f3 एक मूव खेल दिया. अगर gf मारेगा तो knight f3 and then discovered check में white की queen भी जा सकती है या mate हो जाएगी. So g3 and knight to f5 was played with the idea to move it to d4 as well. Bishop b2 on the board. Can we simply play
Queen
queen?
c2.
Yes, black is thinking, but I think queen c2 will be played.
Yeah, queen c2, queen c1, queen b3,
Okay, so let's just
and
calculate a little. Queen c1, even queen into c1, right? Take and knight d4.
Yeah. It's over.
And we take the b3 pawn and win the push the
Yeah,
b
I think we have a win here coming in the next.
few seconds.
Yeah. You have to be careful though. Queen c1, bishop c1, knight d4. There is bishop f4, knight b3, bishop d6. Even that, I'm not sure if it is, but that looks a bit complex.
That's a good spot, Srinath. Yes, queen c1, maybe no need to take it and allow bishop d4 and allow bishop f4. Even though we can play g5, but then he goes back bishop b2. So, for example, queen c1, we what Srinath was saying is if we go knight d4 here, then white plays. पर यहाँ पे भी knight
Is knight
d4.
e to check winning?
हाँ, ये winning है ना? Maybe not, क्या?
Yeah.
Because our
Maybe not.
f3 pawn feels very lonely there on without
Yeah.
anyone to support him.
But
Yeah,
okay,
so
queen c1 is a tough move to make.
I think he will have to play queen c1 now.
Yeah, he'll have to, but I don't know if he can play it.
Oh, he plays g4. He plays g4, Srinath.
Yeah,
We have
now
choice. Can we play knight d4, take and d3, d2, d1 queen?
it should be one of the ways to win. So we will win in this game, Soumya, and the Vidit's game. I still think there's a lot of reason to hope. The
Mhm.
Setu's game is going to be tough for India. Setu has only 20 seconds. I just don't see how he's going to save this one. But Vidit's game is savable. So it will come down to 1.5, and the Vidit's game will decide the contest.
b2 bishop is hanging, b3 pawn is hanging, knight e2 coming in, and the king feeling vulnerable. This game will be over any time soon, and that's why we want to stick to it to see the winning move. Bishop d4 taken, c into d4. Come on, yes. Maybe queen e1 will be played so that d3 will be met with queen
So he's
e4,
gone
check.
for c5.
c5 on the board, okay?
Last second desperado. But d3 wins because c takes
Wonderful.
d6, d2, d7, d1 queen, and it's checkmate. So we are going to have that first win on this board.
So what was the line you were showing, Srinath? C takes d2, d7, d1
d7,
queen, d8 queen,
d8 queen.
queen into f1, king into f1, and a beautiful checkmate on d1.
Yep.
That's just amazing. And we can see with this board on the screen, we will go to it quickly. We just want to see the winning moments in this game. Also, SL with 7 minutes on the clock versus 36 seconds for Wakito, 34, 33, 32, 31. We can expect a resignation anytime.
Absolutely. Just 20 seconds remaining now.
Wow.
So the time is running out and he can't even stall for that long.
Incredible game by SL. Amazing game. We are so impressed by how SL has played so far in this tournament. Niels in the chat echoing our sentiments. SL Narayanan, just give him the gold medal, no questions asked. We agree, Niels, we agree. What a wonderful game by SL. What a wonderful tournament by SL so far. There we have it. His opponent has resigned. SL Narayanan brings the first win in the semi-final match for India. Congratulations, we have taken the lead.
Yes, and he won with the black pieces, which is so valuable in team tournaments like this. Chat, let's show appreciation for SL. SLOP in the chat and do smash that like button so more people can join in. It's going to be, it's 1.5, but I think it's all going to come down to this Vidit's game, which is at a very interesting point. He's just played his queen h4. What's going on there, Soumya?
Vidit and Setu, both of them under time pressure. I'm sure what's happening. There is no time to go back and check what happened. So let's just look at the current position. Queen on h4. ये क्या हो रहा है? Can अभी हम h5 knight attack कर रहे हैं. White अगर खा ले queen, knight h4, uh, queen exchange is very good news for black, no? We
Yes,
have
Queen Exchange will
lost about.
certainly liberate the pressure, and with its position has become so much better than how it was uh, some time earlier. It has stabilized. Vidit has a good time advantage for this time control. He has 2 minute advantage,
Wow.
so this is good news for India.
Wow, actually, and the B pawn could be a huge asset in black's position if white is not careful. White with only 27 seconds on his clock and with it 2 minutes and his position stabilized. Good job with it. Let's go to Setu's game. What has happened there? 3 minutes for his opponent and only 14 for Setu. This is the live position.
Yeah, Seto's position is bad. His opponent's pawn is rolling, like the G and H pawns, and there's just no good way to stop it. G3 is incoming, then the he cannot stop it with Rook G1 because it's defending the D6 pawn. I guess his idea was to play Rook D5 check, but that can be stopped with Rook E5, and there's just no counterplay for Setu. He has to probably resign in a short time.
Oh, this is yeah, this must be disappointing. This is definitely um, a game. Actually, Wakidov played it very well. We also must give credit where credit is due. His opponent has also played really well, but the blunder on the rook to g1, that has proved to be very expensive. Still, the game is still going on, so let's stick to it. Or do we switch to with its game, Srinath?
I think we can switch to Vidit's game, Soumya, because this one's kind of I think a conclusion here. Vidit's game can go any which way at this point. I think he has defended spectacularly well. Reminds me of one of the former world champions, Tigran Petrosyan. Vidit has he had a very difficult position, but he managed to just stay there, just defend, just hang on, survive. Now the game is still not totally safe yet. It's not totally equal, but it has come a very long way. White's advantage is that he has these pawns on e4 and d5. This protected passed pawn on d5 is stronger than the pawn on b4. It's stronger than the outside passed pawn of black, because this pawn, it's not so easy to advance it beyond this point. But if that pawn
I'm
just, yeah, exactly, yeah. It's not that clear actually.
I'm loving this for black. I mean, what did we have and do what did we get? हमारे पास क्या था और अब हम उसका क्या बना चुके हैं? This is a great achievement for black already. Black has the momentum. Momentum shift हो चुका है black के favor में. White must be regretting missing his chances in his game. That also plays a psychological role. I am definitely really liking black's positions and black's chances in this game actually, but both of the players down to seconds, less than a minute on the clock, 20 seconds, 19, 18, 17 for Vidit. Come on, Vidit, make a move. And his opponent with 48 seconds. Vidit 12, 11. Okay, now he made a move. Let us remind the chat that the increment here is not 30 seconds, which is the usual increment in classical games, but 10 seconds only. So दोनों प्लेयर्स को बहुत फास्ट खेलना है और अच्छा खेलना है, तभी जाके गेम अच्छी होगी. बट या आई होप विद इट.
But Soumya, how do we defend this b4 pawn? I'm a bit worried
हाउ
about
डू
that.
यू अटैक
Like
इट?
rook b1, rook b7, and knight c1,
Oh, and knight
and
c1
knight
and
d7,
knight c1, and where do you want to go?
knight a2. I wanted to come,
Okay, I always
but
have
that's why
b1.
Vidit is preparing. He wants to bring it to c5.
हाँ.
So rook b1, rook b7, and his next moves are going to be knight d7 and knight c5.
I think he'll put his knight to b3 and block the pawn.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
So knight d7, knight b3.
Yeah,
That can,
knight b3 is a good move, but will Yakubayev see it with such little time? This is
yeah,
a
but
critical point.
oh, he
He goes
doesn't.
rook
Wow.
c2.
Srinath, you are very good at anticipating, huh? I must say, all the bullet practice. Rook
Thank
b8.
you.
c8 was attacked, so he goes rook b8, but knight b3 now. But now we wanted rook b8. Now, abhi bishop a6 खेलेंगे with the rook on b7. It
No,
was
but
not.
then takes and rook c7 might come, no?
Is it dangerous? We
Yeah,
also.
because then knight c5 and knight e6 will follow.
Oh, we have to be careful. Bishop a6, rook a6, and rook c7 could be an issue. Knight b6 will be met with knight c5 and knight to e6. The g7 pawn feeling very, very vulnerable there. Knight b3 and black to move. Can we bring our king now? Is white threatening anything particular? Oh, bishop d7 and bishop a4 जाना चाहते हैं with it. यहाँ पर knight c5
Knight to
not
c5.
allowing. But
Good, good play.
can we still play
Come
bishop?
back knight d7, no? No, bishop d7, knight a6 could be a problem, no? Or maybe not.
King g8 on the board. King g8 on the board. King g3. I think both the
The
players will
king's
think
coming
that.
on now.
But king coming to d6 is good news for black. We want to activate our king.
Absolutely. It's good news for black. And white should be able to get repetition anytime he wants. Yeah, knight a4, knight c5.
Oh, Setu has managed to create some sort of a blockade on the king side.
Wow.
Is it totally lost or is it okay? Oh, it's lost. Yeah, this g3 is coming in now. This is Setu's position. Knight h5 check. King g5 will be met with knight g3 again, and maybe he
Still
wants.
some problems to solve, yeah?
Yes, definitely. And c6, c7, c8 is white's threat. So black has to keep attacking white. Otherwise, we also have plans of making our own queen. And with seconds, this game, I mean, there is a chance miracles can happen with few seconds on the clock. Things could go our way. Let us wait and watch how this game continues. Let's go back to Vidit's board.
Where one repetition has happened.
Oh,
Vidit refuses repetition. He refuses repetition because now he gets his ideal situation, and now Soumya, it's okay for Vidit. I think he's not losing this one.
he has a good position now यार. अभी ये रुक भी exchange हो गया. सारे जो खराब pieces थे black के वो exchange हो चुके हैं और बस अच्छे pieces रह गए board पर. This is a good strategy for Vidit, strategic position for Vidit.
He can even turn this around, I think.
Yeah, b4 pawn, a huge asset in black's position. Knight a3 coming in. Wow, blocking the rook. Ultra bullet situation in PD versus Yaku game, says one of our chat members. Yes, that is true.
10 seconds increment though. Knight a3, the bishop goes to d3, but okay, white no longer has an advantage. I think he has to kind of sit back and settle down for a draw. But Vidit has some chances now. The momentum has shifted.
Yes, bishop b5 भी खेल सकते हैं हम at any point. We don't have anything to worry about in this game. It is white who is defending. Oh wow, क्या shift हुआ है ये game. कमाल हो गया. d2, king d6.
Now the rook can come to f8, yeah?
Oh, rook f8. Wonderful spot there, Shri. Rook f2 coming in. So king has moved to d2. Rook f8 on the board. He has to go back king e2. Otherwise, we get our rook to f2. Or he can challenge our rook with rook f1. Both moves possible. Rook f1. Yes, rook f1
he
on
goes
the
for
board.
it, but now clearly, Vidit is the one who has an advantage. The white can never touch that b4 pawn. There is no access. All the entry points of the king is restricted, and black has to just hold this position and try and defend. I think Vidit will take on f1, go king d6, and try and advance his king.
Even here,
Takes,
we try to control some squares, right?
Yeah, but the immediate focus is king d6 and bishop a4 and trying to get the king to c5. As you can see, Yakubayev under pressure, he's you can just see from his body language, he's just not comfortable here.
100%. He has to find king c1 here. Oh, bishop d3, mistake. He had to find king c1, king b2 in that position, I think. Bishop a4. coming in. Acha, bishop c2 jana chahte hai Yakubo. I get it now. But isn't that
No. He can't go bishop c2. That feels wrong. Bishop a4. He has to prevent the king from coming in. After king c5, I'm not sure what he intends. Some knight b7 check maybe. But knight b7, there's king d4.
there's a checkmate after king d4 on e6? Huh? We have to be careful after knight d8 and knight d6.
Yeah, knight d8 is. But knight d8, yeah. You have to be careful because
I
bishop
mean,
d7, knight e6 check loses.
yeah, I mean, there's always knight c4 check, luckily, but yeah, we have to be careful in this position. Knight a5, king c7 played. Knight c4, knight c4.
We have a result in Setu's game, by the way. Setu has lost his game. So
Yes.
it's 1.5, unfortunately.
No problem, no problem. We still could get this match in. We could win on Vidit's board, or at least there is a draw. No problem, Setu. You can come back in the second game and कल का भी game है. तो कोई बात नहीं. Knight c4.
अभी गेम है शाम का गेम है
हाँ, अभी एक और गेम है और कल कल भी तो गेम है.
Yes.
King d6. Hey, this we can try na, king c5, king d4 if we get.
Yeah, only black can try. King c5, how is white defending actually?
Bishop g4 d6 he wants to play na, when we go to d4. Bishop g4
Okay.
and we
Yeah.
cannot play king d4 because d6 d7 with the bishop on g4 supporting the d7 point. That is the
Yeah, this is a
problem.
good defense. Good defense. Bishop g4.
So maybe this will also be a draw only, but okay, we are fighting. Let's see who
Vidit
wins
will
the
keep
fight.
trying for some time.
Yes, it is a battle of two champions, so any result is possible in this game.
Yeah, he's wonderfully turned this around with it after being under pressure for such a long time. But it's not so easy to defeat with it. He just he keeps defending. He keeps defending. He makes these nice improving moves, and now he's looking to, I think, try and get the e4 pawn with some bishop. No, but the problem is you can never move that king from c5.
Yeah, that's the problem. Our king is stuck to c5 because we cannot allow white to play d6, d7 at any point, even with our bishop on b5, because the bishop on f5, bishop on this diagonal supports white with this idea, and that's why our king is stuck to c5. This is actually a drawn position. We have to see how the players are going to handle it.
Yeah,
Okay.
with white, do you just sit king b2? Do you go to king b2 or do you stay with the king on maybe h4 now? Yeah, I like the pawns on the dark squares for white from a chess sense. And now you just sit, no? Like king d2, king c2, king d2, king c2.
Yes, or king b2 as well. Yes.
King b2, I'm scared to go because of bishop d3, but maybe I'm just scared of ghost because you can just get bishop c4 check back.
So hg will be played, hg, and king
And now
d.
just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, king b2 because bishop d3, there's always king b3. Yeah, so this is ending in a draw. But chat, do show your appreciation for Vidit. VDOP in the chat. He's done spectacularly well. So many important wins with black so far. And he's done it another time because if he didn't hold this game, India would have lost the match. And that would have been a big disadvantage going into the second leg. But with this potential draw, India goes with equal score into the second leg, and it's still not over.
No, but they are repeating moves and a draw will be agreed. Yes, they have shaken hands there. So a draw agreed. India tie the match against Uzbekistan in the round one match of the semifinals. There is one more match to be played in the semis against the same team. So do stick with us, guys. The second game will begin in half an hour's time, I suppose.
Yes, it begins in 30 minutes, is it?
We have to confirm it with our producer, but okay, so there is a 1 hour break between this game and the second game. We still have 1 hour to for the second game to happen. So, guys, maybe you can get something to eat. We'll also do the same. And do we take a small break or do we play some puzzle rush now? Acha, producer G is saying break, dinner, and then puzzle rush. So that's our plan on the stream. आप भी थोड़ा खाना खा लीजिए chat and do join us for the second game. It's a very important game. If we win that game, then we are through to the finals of the World Team Championship. Hello everyone, welcome back to the semi-final match of the FIDE World Team Championship. India is playing against Uzbekistan. पहला मैच ड्रॉ रहा, 2-2 रहा इंडिया और उज्बेकिस्तान के बीच में, और एक मैच अभी जल्द ही स्टार्ट होगा. We have a chance to go to the finals if we win this match, and if it is a draw then we will play a tiebreaker against Uzbekistan, just like we did against France in the quarterfinals yesterday. So the tiebreak will be in 3 minutes plus 2 seconds Blitz format. So yeah, that's the schedule for today. But of course, we hope that India will clinch the match in this round itself, and we won't need to go for the tie breaks. Srinath, um, what are your predictions? कि हम Indian team से किसको फील्ड करेंगे? Do we have to keep the same team, or can, if we have a choice to change, whom do we change?
Do we? I think we already have the pairings out, Soumya. I can see it in out on the internet. So I hope
All
I'm
right.
not leaking anything. But it seems like India has replaced Setu with Shashi with the
Mm-hmm.
black pieces,
Mm-hmm.
and Uzbekistan is going with the same team. So it will be Vidit with the white pieces now against Yakubev, and they have had quite a few encounters. This is their fourth game since the Olympiad. In the Olympiad, Vidit was worse with the white pieces. He managed to hold it, and then the World Teams happened where Vidit lost earlier, and now once again he was fighting against Yakubev but managed to hold the game. So in 3 out of 3 games, I think Yakubev has had the better so far. He has a score of 2-1, and in the games he has seemed more likelier to strike. Vidit will be looking to reverse it with the white pieces, and he just needs to get a position of his strength in order to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Sinduro against Nihal. This will be an exciting encounter. Two of the best juniors in the world. Nihal Sarin, just 18 years old, and Sinduro, even younger, at just 16 years old. So, a super exciting contest on the second board. And in the third board, we have a striker, S L Narayanan, who's been kind of like the player with the golden boot in this tournament. He has scored so many important victories, and he will have the white pieces in this game. And in the fourth board, which has been India's problem in this tournament so far, the fourth board has been shaky. There has been numerous losses here. So here Shashi takes the black pieces against Wakido Yahangi.
Yeah, I think definitely a wise choice there to field Shashi with black, and Setu, a very strong player, but this has just not been his tournament. He has not been able to get going so far, and that blunder in the previous round, it shows that you are a little bit uh, tired or maybe fatigued. I don't know what is the case, but it seems like that. So looks uh, it it looks like a good decision to field Shashi instead, and he made a draw against France yesterday in their quarterfinal match. He played against Gharamian Tigran in round one, and he made a draw with the white pieces. And in the second round as well, he made a draw with black against the same opponent. So a good bet there to field Shashi instead of Setu or Abhijeet, I would say. And we can think of keeping all three options open for the finals.
Yes, absolutely. So this is going to be a thrilling contest, 2-2 in India Uzbekistan, as well as China Spain in the other semi-final. China
Yeah,
looked down and out in a couple of games in the previous round, but they managed to hold, and they got there with 2-2. So this is also another semi-final to determine who will reach the final.
yeah, definitely. Actually, very close contest there between China and Spain as well. दोनों ही teams, we must also add the factor of tiredness. The tournament has been going on for 4 5 days now. The teams must be tired a little bit, and that also plays a role in the outcome of the match. 2 games a day is not easy to handle. You also need to prepare for the game. For everyone who's new to chess players usually prepare before the game, anticipating what their opponents are likely to play and trying to get the kind of positions from the opening that they would be able to comfortably handle over the board. So that also takes a little bit of your energy. 3 4 hours of preparation is a usual situation for an elite level player. So it's a total of, in fact, 9 to 10 hours of chess per day for 7 to 8 days in continuation. That does take a lot of toll on your body.
Yeah, it takes a lot of toll on your body, on your mind. The brain is just so overworked, and the brain is also like any other muscle. So after a certain point, when fatigue sets in, it starts doing all kinds of funny stuff. It misses this line in the calculation. It imagines a pawn where it's not supposed to be. It misremembers a variation, and all these things happen.
Yeah, definitely, Shri. I would love to read out a chat by Devraj Kamp. He says SL should be invited to strong events. He really belongs there. We too agree, Devraj. Srinath described his performance so far extremely well by calling him the player with the golden boot. He has been the striker for the Indian team. He has really performed so well so far, and we expect him to do the same in the coming round as well. Now that we have done a brief overview of how the matches could be, there is still some time for it to begin. So, could we get a quick game of puzzle battle between us, Shri, so that thoda entertainment bhi ho jaye?
Sure, let's go.
Let's go, huh? So, are you sending me a challenge?
Let me try.
Okay, then I'm going to take it seriously and really like be competitive. I know you're really good, but still, I'm gonna take.
I'm not good. I'm, in fact, one of
Mm-hmm.
the slowest around.
Acha, okay.
And I haven't
I
played
know
Puzzle Battle in how
it's like
long?
I know I don't really trust you when you say that because you're Divya's coach, and you know Divya, she'll be like, oh, मैंने तो कुछ prepare ही नहीं किया ये, and she'll come and play and she'll like look here and there, and then the game ke baad like 2 or 3 of our friends will come and discuss the game with Divya. अरे पर हमने तो ये prepare किया था, तुमने ये क्यों खेला? And then it's like a whole revelation, you know कि oh okay, she was just bluffing. So I'm not going to trust you on this at all, Shri. Let's
Divya is
see.
not bluffing. She doesn't prepare much, but she does ask for ideas all around. So that would explain how her friends came and said we had prepared this, but that she hadn't actually prepared anything. Both the statements are true.
Both statements are true, huh? So I'm sending you a challenge. Player is not.
I've actually sent you a challenge already. It says waiting for challenge to be accepted.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll just quickly.
GM Srinath.
Just una momento.
Should I change it to Srinath Chess on chess.com? They won't allow me to change it more than once.
Okay, so
And I've already changed it once, I think. Previously, it used to be some Srinath Baggins, I think. Then I changed it to GM Srinath. So now in the screen, it shows as GM Srinath.
that's it. Okay,
Nihal
so
makes fun of.
double GM.
Yeah.
So I have accepted it, huh?
Oh, yeah. So we are starting.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's
Okay.
go. All the best.
Let's go. All the best to me.
ये
Oh
क्या है?
God. Hi. ये तो faster, faster, faster. It's like
You're
a
already in the lead.
survival of the fittest का exact representation है ये puzzle rush. Fastest या fittest जो भी.
Fastest. Because I'm very slow. I haven't done this in a few years actually. 2 years
And
actually.
then you'll say that, and then you'll like crush me, and you'll be like,
Like, either crush, you're only leading.
I don't know. I cannot even see. See, you are able to at least see what's happening. Oh God. I have to be
I'm a
really
very
careful.
distracted person, you know. I always see, oh, sorry. I'm a very distracted person, but it seems like I'm distracting you more now.
I have only one life left, so I have to be really careful.
Talking about life or
Hmm? I mean, only one. I can get only one wrong.
YOLO.
You live only once. Okay then. Knight of Sevens. Yes. Actually, this is a big problem. Uh, what?
That we live only once.
Oh yeah, that when you have one life left, you're not so carefree as you can be. Hi. Oh, maybe
That
this
is true.
found the
Yet there are people who are very carefree even with only one life.
what is this, yeah? I don't know. 29 तुम्हारा 35 हो गया है? ये अच्छी बात नहीं है. बहुत गलत बात. हाँ, checkmate तो करना ही पड़ेगा. Wrong. I'm out. I made only 30 and I made 3 wrong. And there were 20 seconds to
I'll
go.
claim when.
Okay, once more we'll play. Chalo.
Chalo. That was
ठीक
warm up, it happens.
हम्म, ठीक है. You already made how much? I didn't notice also.
38 and
28 in 20 seconds to go.
that's not so great. I would lose against all the kids. Divya, Arjun, Sankalp.
Because they like have infinite practice. No?
Yeah, practice matters a lot in puzzle battle because the puzzles are repetitive.
La la la. Okay, let's go.
Meanwhile, I see Abhijeet in the chat
What? Oh, he's not playing.
coming up with some possible inside information on Nihal's opening.
What? That's like, that would be too much. What if the Uzbekistanis are watching this?
I highly doubt they'll be watching
So,
this stream
no,
of
but they
ours.
have two spare players, no?
Even even then, I think they have more choices.
But okay, this is a good place to get information.
But in any case, maybe then it's a attempt of misinformation.
Right. What? Okay.
Because I really hope it's fake news.
What did he say? V3, huh? Okay,
People are already celebrating India's win where I am.
Wow, really?
Seems a
So
bit
nice.
early.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
I can hear crackers.
Oh, in Mumbai. Okay, Queen D1.
India, Uzbekistan, yeah? What are you asking?
Oh, that would be amazing. Already people are skipping Football World Cup to watch our team play in the World Team Championship. That's also... Yes. अच्छा, ये तो बहुत अच्छा टैक्टिक था. हाय हाय, हम तो सारी मटेरियल खा लेंगे तुम्हारी. ये क्या है? What? I
Which
want to
one?
checkmate you. Uh, wrong. Yeah, that was tough, man. I have to calculate.
Oh, the second mistake. Okay, I have a safe lead.
Oh, 41. Oh.
It was close.
Yeah, that was very close. But still, 38 is like my average. I have played Puzzle Rush thrice on this stream, like on the World Team streams, and all three times I've made 38.
Yeah, 38 is a pretty decent score. But it's nearly not enough against these guys who they score something like 40 to 45 quite regularly. Nihal used to be incredibly good at puzzle battle.
No,
One of the
Abhimanyu,
best.
49 or something he scored.
Yeah,
Abhimanyu.
yeah, yeah. All of them they got very good with time, and
Uh-huh.
now they just draw.
But
Minimum
this
of
was fun. And Elior Gaina Zarov is an Uzbekistan fan. Probably he's from Uzbekistan, huh?
who?
In our chat, Elior Gaina Zarov.
He's a Uzbekistani person who's going to
Oh,
deliver.
really?
But okay, Nihal with the black pieces. So how will he play B3?
Ah,
Maybe that will happen in the Blitz.
what? Abhijeet Gupta.
Aradhya in the chat asking if I would like to lose against him in puzzle battle. I will politely decline the offer because I don't want to lose on stream.
This is a great Chesscom India, great question to ask. What did you miss or skip to watch the World Team Championship chat? Yes, I'm also curious.
Yeah. I hope
Hi.
dinner is not the answer for anyone though, because we did have a 1 hour break in between.
Yes, we have played. We
Niels'
have had
entire
dinner.
family is ordering dinner from outside because he's skipping cooking. Wow.
Who?
Niels, Niels, Niels
Oh,
from our chat.
that's a huge sacrifice. Unless you
I
don't
know.
cook well, then it's a great bonus for them. Depends on your cooking skill.
Which one is it, Niels? Is it a sacrifice or a incentive?
Abhijeet Gupta has the best one. What he has
Abhijeet.
is playing in the World Team Championship. Oh, that was really good. That was really good. Uh, Fantastic comeback. Google, I won't use my full name, says
Oh,
I'm
it says she. I'm sorry, Niels. I'm really sorry. But Niels is a she.
Niels.
Yeah,
It might not be her real name. I think so.
I guess. Only Anshika has her real name and surname on the stream.
That can't be a real surname. Kuch bhi.
Hey, that is her real surname.
It's not. It's not
Yeah,
possible. How can someone have this kind of like Catalan in their surname? I'm sorry. I mean, if it is really their surname, I don't mean to make fun, but I just feel like it's a Srinath fan uh, who's just put that as part of her surname. Like it's too much.
she once filled out an application form with this surname.
And why Vali, she could have put if it's made up. I didn't understand.
Yeah, this is like this Akashvani from Doordarshan,
Acha,
Catalan Vani.
acha.
Niels is Nilanjana.
Oh, Nilanjana is a very nice name, यार. उसका तुम शॉर्ट फॉर्म करके नील्स बना दिया. मेरा नाम नीलंजना होता तो मैं सब कभी शॉर्ट
Oh,
फॉर्म
damn. She changed it because I used to butcher her pronunciation. Oh, I I got made fun of
beautiful
at
name,
office.
but the
अभी
games
मैं
have
फिर से कर दिया
also the games
butcher.
have started, guys. The games have started. Nihal is playing black. तो B3 का तो कोई चांस ही नहीं था. And His opponent has played an Italian with knight c3 on the board. तो four knights जैसी position आ गई है. Vidit uh, has opened with d4 and his opponent has played knight f6 and the next moves yet to be played. SL SL के गेम में बहुत सारी moves होती है. Let's just go there. SL white against Wakido d4 knight f6 c4 e6 knight
Yeah,
f3
it's
d.
gone into a well-known Ragozin variation,
Mhm.
which
And
used to be out of fashion. This line with CD,
mhm.
and black is known to be quite comfortable here. Queen a4 check is the recent line in fashion, and this variation with CD, ED, Bishop G5. It's kind of, it used to be popular during the Carlsen 2018 World Championship match. That was against Caruana. Yeah, I think around that time it was more in trend. But in 2019 and 20, black found so many nice ways to play.
bishop
And
h4
there we have
castle.
a chess.com photographer, Maria Emelianova, also known as Photo Chess, taking these close-up pictures, taking these lovely pictures, which some of which we showed at the beginning of the stream today.
Mhm. So this is the current position in SL's game, and we have a semi-open file here, and we can expect black to play c6 at some point, and we can go in with a minority attack later in the middle game once we have castled. So this could be a plan in SL's game. Let's go to Shashi's game as well so that we have an overview of all the Indian games. Focus on one. c4, e5, g3, c6 played, knight f3, e4. Wow. Knight d4, d5, cd, queen d5, knight c2, knight f6, knight c3, and black to play. Maybe queen h5 is
Yeah, there
a.
is queen h5, queen e5, queen e6, all these moves possible. And generally, white breaks. Yeah, he goes queen e5. So white continues with bishop g2. Black develops the bishop to c5, I think, or e7. The d6 is also an option. And white breaks with d3 after castle or before, basically. But at the end of it, it goes into a pawn structure where white breaks with d3, black takes ed, queen d3, and we have this position with one more pawn for white in the center, and black has one more pawn on the queen side. These positions are, I think, just a bit slightly more comfortable with white in general, or that's how I used to perceive them. But Shashi also has fantastic preparation in general. He's very thorough, professional, and uh, deep in his preparation. The challenge for him is to be able to remember and reproduce it. London system by Vidit. Oh, wow. Vidit playing the London system, not at all a bad choice, I must say. Good on you, Vidit. Good on you.
Let's go to Vidit's game. Oh, only three moves played so far. Vidit is white. Vidit chooses the London system against Nadirbek Yakubov. By the way, Srinath, before the stream ended, no, before we went on a break after the round one match, I did notice Sokolov having a word with their Uzbek player Yakubov about his game, and Sokolov, their team coach, seemed to be very disappointed with the way Yakubov handled his advantage in his game against Vidit in the first round of this semi-final. So yeah, I am really curious to see how Yakubov plays in this game and whether Vidit can capitalize on the psychological edge he might have gained by defending that very difficult game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sokola is usually quite, I don't know, is the word hands on a correct word? He, no, not exactly, but he's quite proactive. He's out there, he's very active. He doesn't take a back seat and um, do things. He's usually actively out there when he's coaching.
Yeah, I mean, he's very straightforward. Like, I think that's the way to describe his style and manner of speaking as well. So Knight by D2, he doesn't mince any words. We have also read many interviews of his after the Olympiad, and he was he had a lot of clear views on everything, and he was very open with giving them as well.
Yeah, and he used to be a very strong player himself back in the day. One
Yeah.
of the top players in the world. I think he's defeated Caspro in a very nice game. So that's how good he is, and was amongst the top 25 at one point.
Yeah, and also he's been a chess commentator in many events as well, before he took up the role of Uzbek coaching team. In fact, fun fact, he had received the offer to be the main commentator for the Olympiad as well, which was held in Chennai. But and he almost accepted. In fact, he even accepted that offer, and then he was uh, presented with the opportunity to coach the young Uzbek team, and he thought it would be a really nice idea, a really new challenge to take up, and so he wrote to FIDE if he can withdraw his appointment, and FIDE agreed, and that's how he became the coach of the Uzbek team.
Yeah. And in my case, in this tournament, it was quite the opposite. I had accepted to go with the Indian team to Israel, but
Mm-hmm.
then Arjun won the September Champion Chess Tour
Mm-hmm.
and qualified to the finals in San Francisco. So at that time, I had to uh, get out of it to be with Arjun. But then
Uh-huh.
later, Arjun played from India anyway.
Yeah, why did
But
Arjun leave from India?
the tournament format changed. So
Okay.
it became a hybrid tournament with four players playing on site and four players playing from their
Okay.
respective remote locations.
Okay. Mm. Yeah. So that's why we have you here with us in the commentary today. So
Yeah.
that's what you skipped, Srinath.
Also,
So
that's why I wasn't there in the initial race.
yes, I do get it now. So so yeah, we are in a very opening stage now, and not much happening on the Indian boards except for Nihal's board, which has already gone into a middle game. So let's go there. Um, Nihal playing with the black pieces. हम हमने देखा कि white had opted for a Italian variation, a four knight structure, d3, d6, and knight a4. Bishop b6, a3, h6, h3, castle, castle, bishop e6, bishop into e6, fe6, and b4. White is not picking up this bishop because he can do that any time he wants. So he's waiting. Queen e8 and c3 on the board. Srinath, please guide us through this opening, and I'm curious, is it very much a part of the strategy in in this opening to give up the dark squared bishop?
Usually, yeah, it is part of the strategy because with the knight on c3, it gets to a4 pretty quickly. And it's not something black minds so much because otherwise the rest of the position is quite symmetrical. There's not a lot of complexity. Yes, he could have gone a6 at that point, as you pointed out, but also going with the bishop to b6 is not it's not considered to be a big disadvantage, at least
Or
as of now. But having said that, these positions with bishop e6, bishop into e6, fe6, which happened in the game, they always have some kind of a minor imbalance. And this gives the f file for black. It allows the knights to go to h5 and f4. But on the other hand, long term, this pawn structure can be a potential weakness.
huh. This is a the pawn structure is a, yeah, and the pawn structure is a long term weakness, and what we get instead is piece activity.
Yep.
So b4, queen e8, and c3 on the board. So we are going to give up the dark squared bishop also. So white will probably end up with the bishop and knight versus two of our knights, and we can jump to f4 with either of our knights. That is very likely. Queen e8 इसीलिए खेला चैट क्योंकि अगर हम यहाँ पे नाइट h5 खेलते हैं तो वाइट किस मुंह से हमारे मुंह का जवाब देंगे. Please let us know what will you play against knight h5 from white.
Very
Where
good
is
question,
this held?
Soumya.
Ankur Sharma asks. This tournament is being held in Jerusalem in Israel, and it was held between 12 teams who were qualified for the tournament, and now we are down to 4 only.
Yeah, now we are down to 4, and Komal K has the right answer already. Although Aradhya is very active in the chat today.
Yes, but Komal K is completely right. Knight e5 is the point, and white will take either whether black takes with the knight or the pawn. We pick up the h5 knight for free, and we get one pawn in return. So we actually, or maybe we can also take the knight. Bishop on b6 first, take, and
yeah, that's important.
No sacrifice on f2 that we need to worry about.
Yeah,
yes.
This is important.
So that is why knight h5 was not possible. Very well done. Komal K, if there are any other answers. Google, I won't use my full name. Knight e5. Yes. Sanjay Mistry says knight h4. नहीं, knight h4 तो free हो जाता because queen है हमारे d8 पर तो वो खा लेती. So that move is not possible. So yes, queen e8 played with the intention of playing knight h5 next. c3 and knight e7. This is the live position. Or let's go and check out some games between China and Spain before we come back to our Indian board, Srinath, so that we get an idea of what's happening in the other semi-final as well.
Yeah, sure.
So this is Lu Shanglai versus Santos Letasa Jaime. Their previous match was drawn. और ये position है board पर. ये game Nihal. I remember there was a game of Nihal's with the bishop here with d and f pawns and pawn on f7, and he seemed very comfortable with it. But I think the position.
Can you guess this opening?
I saw the opening moves, so.
Oh, okay.
Maybe chat can guess. It's very hard to guess which opening it is.
Aradhya will guess this.
Yes.
I think, yeah, Aradhya will guess this, but since he's part of the chat, we can ask the chat.
This is a crazy structure. So this has come from the French. Yes, that's right. It has come from the French defense. Very unusual pawn structure. Usually pawn यहाँ पे होता है. ये pawn यहाँ पे होता है French defense पर like the f5 pawn is on e6. But yeah, to have this pawn structure is extremely unusual and also in white's favor because look at this bishop. ये पूरा एक pawn की तरह अपने कैद है इस pawn और इन दोनों pawns के पीछे. But if black manages to get f4 at some point, then the bishop will unleash its potential. So yeah, I would say a little more comfortable to play as white. Pawn on h4 is hanging, by the way. Do we need to support it with g3?
Yeah, g3 looks normal.
Komal K says Karo Khan. Rohan Bhatnagar says dragon. And Keshav Singhal also guessed it right. French and yes, interesting guesses. Yeah, it's very, very difficult to have guessed which opening it was. So I would say white is slightly better here, है ना, Srinath? After G3.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, so let's go to the second board of the uh, Spain
The
versus
Spain
China
China.
match to get a round of ये wow ये क्या nights है यहाँ पर again say Spain seems to be oh this is the third board I think no
No,
this
this
is
is
the
the
second
second board.
yeah
The first board, China was wide.
yes
So
yes
China had a nice position. And in the second one, David Anton Guerrero has been Spain striker. He defeated Taimur Rajabo in the quarterfinals, and that is why Spain is here right now in the semis. And here also, he won the game earlier today in their 2-2 match against China. And in this position, black needs to be a bit careful because Bishop b5 check is a threat, spoiling the castle position. He played Bishop e7, so this allows Bishop b5 check.
yeah he doesn't mind he'll just
But this
play
should
like artificial castle.
this should be slightly better for white. I think it's a very dangerous situation for the king. Even if white allows black to castle, let's say white just plays castle in the starting position without Bishop b5 check.
Sorry Bishop e7 short castle and short castle
Yeah, and now there are ideas with Queen h5, which is very dangerous.
yeah g6 we have queen h6 no
Yep.
and knight g5 yes this is very uncomfortable for black for sure so definitely white having all the fun in this game and how about the game versus Lee D no we have to see what Shiro is doing against Baijinsha and it's already a draw
Uh,
oh no
I think maybe
that
it's the
was the
previous game.
previous round yes sorry so let's just go to Shiro versus Baijinshi in this round sorry about that chat so here Shiro is black and his king is in the center with the rook on e1 can we castle uh, we can we have not yet made no we can't because the queen is on a3 this
Yeah,
is
we
so
can't
dangerous.
castle for the moment. White is also playing some no castling chess. The king has moved a lot, but it looks like he's in preparation by Genshi. D
Wow
takes c4,
Baijinshi
bishop c4.
45 minutes on the clock and this crazy position. Let's just have a look at how we got here. D4, D5, C4, C6, knight F3, knight F6, queen C2, G6, bishop F4, knight A6, E3, bishop F5, queen B3, knight B4, queen B4, E5, queen B7, rook B8. Because after E5, the queen was hanging. That's why you need to move the queen. Rook B8, attacking the queen once more. Queen C6, bishop D7, once more. Where will you go? Queen A6, the only
A6.
move. E into F4, I take back my piece, but I have lost two pawns. And after E F4, the third one as well. But he plays knight C3, rook in, not rook B2, but FE3, FE3, bishop H6. And white also did not long castle. White plays queen a3, preventing black from short castling, controlling the f8 square. So bishop
Powerful.
e3 gives up the e3 pawn. King e2. What a move! And still in his preparation, bishop f4, attacking the bishop. Bishop was attacked, so removing the bishop from the attack. Rook e1, rook in front of the king and behind his own king, but the king is going to move to d1. Bishop e6, king d1, d into c4, bishop c4, queen e7. The position on the board with 44 minutes on the clock for white and 32 for black. This is a fantastic position.
Yeah, it's whites for the taking. Shiro is in massive trouble, as you can see from the evaluation bar. And probably the reason is because he's just a
And,
pawn up.
and it's incredibly uh, dynamic this position, but it seems like Baijinchi is completely in his preparation, and that's why I'm really a little concerned for Shiro because in this crazy position to have 30 moves prepared is a huge asset. Here maybe queen a4 and rook e2 with the idea to rook e1. Oh, rook b4. Sorry. Wow. This is so crazy, this position. Rook e2 will blunder rook b4 and you move. So I was thinking maybe we can double on the e file, but that's not possible. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to take on e6, queen a4, and take on e6, and then
Yeah, take on e6 makes sense. And now just rook e2 and rook e1. And black's king is very uncomfortable.
wow.
Black's king is very uncomfortable, and this rook on h8 is also out of the game.
Oh yeah, that's a very important point there. That not only the rook king feels uncomfortable, but the rook is not coming into the game anytime soon. So difficult position for Shiro there. Spain on the back foot. And the fourth game of this match is between um, I can't see the fourth board. Just one moment. Yes, Lee D versus Daniel Lufa.
Who is probably playing for Spain for the first time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he switched from Russia to Spain this year, and he actually lives in Spain now.
Yeah.
Also, Daniel Lufa, huge piano prodigy. He was also a part of a reality game show in Russia where, they had to there are these reality game shows where you have to live in the wild and you're not given uh, any amenities, like no phone, no cash, and you have to survive like a survival kind of survivor. There was this show on AXN called Survivor. So something on those lines for celebrities.
Oh, okay.
And he participated in that as well. This was many years ago, like maybe 3-4 years
on a
ago.
survival show.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, and
He's
I
a
think he finished
survivor.
second. Yeah, he is a survivor. And I think he finished second in the show, if I'm not wrong.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is Daniel Yufa playing white against Lee D. A very short and sweet name there. Rook E4, C8. And then, normal position, I think. Nothing much is happening. White has control of the center, but black is also okay. Black has some space. He can play b5, b4 as well.
Yeah, I like White's position a bit better. He seems to have better control of the center.
Because he has more control of the center. That's why. And his king is safe, so there's no big worry in his position. Yeah, sure. So definitely Spain on the back foot. We'll come back to the Indian games now. Let's see हमारे लड़के क्या कर रहे हैं. विदित विदित के गेम में बहुत ज्यादा मूव्स खेले जा चुके हैं. बिशप f4 को c5 से आंसर किया याकुबोव ने. e3 knight c6.
These are one of the main positions in the London system. On the fifth move, there are just so many options here for black. Bishop g4, bishop f5, queen b6, and cd, insertion of cd. Of course, e6, which has been played, is also one of the popular lines. And I think the position which has been reached on the board, it just looks a bit nicer for Vidit.
All right. So bishop d3, queen e7, knight e5 on the board. So this is similar to the Nimzo Indian e3 na, with f4 castle. Except for c4 pawn nahi hai, c3 pe hai. So slightly different structure, but Acha, I thought he's going to play f4, but then he plays f6. Okay, now I get it. So knight d7. Knight into d7, queen d7, and castle b6.
Yeah, until this point, it's also given in my recent London course. And here, quite often, the problem for black is this c8 bishop, how to get this bishop out. So, a common idea for white here is to take and play the pawn to f4, bishop into d6, queen d6, f4. This will make it difficult for black to get this freeing break e5, and this position is a bit of an edge for white.
Well explained there, Srinath. And queen h5 also coming in, provoking some weaknesses on the king side. Let's go to board 2. Nihal Sarin playing black against Javokir Sindarov. Um, Rook e1 was played in this position, knight g6, rook a2, and rook d8. So, yeah, rook d8 a very useful move, so that we always have support on the d file whenever we play d5 and we have our pieces ready. Um, Nihal always finds good squares for his pieces. This is something I've noticed in his games. Like because he's a very intuitive player. He has a good feel of where to place his pieces. So he doesn't need to think much for all these moves. Even though here he has taken some time, but generally that's what I've observed.
Yeah, very true, Soumya. He has a very good sense of where the pieces go, and this is one of the very important aspects of strategic play. I think one is a sense of where the pieces go, and the other part is playing with pawns. How you place your pawn structure. These are two of the most important aspects of strategic chess.
Mm-hmm. So, good position for Nihal as well. Let's go to SL and see what's happening. Oh my God, इतना सारा pieces, queens भी exchange हो गया यहाँ पे तो क्या हुआ यहाँ पे हमने bishop b4 cd ed bishop g5 h6 bishop h4 castle e3 bishop f5 queen b3 bishop c3 queen c3 यहाँ तक position देखी थी फिर c6 खेला black ने knight to d2 controlling the e4 square and then knight bd7, bishop e2. So maybe the idea is to play g4 and black played knight e4 here. Wow.
Yeah, it's a typical idea in these Ragozin openings to play the pawn, to play this knight e4, this endgame. Uh, you have to be precise with the exact position where you play this. And knight e4 at this point, bishop d8, knight c3, b takes c3. This endgame is, I think, a bit better for white because importantly, after knight takes c3, b takes c3, rook d8, white has this move a4, preventing black from playing b5. And this resulting pawn structure is always a little more pleasant for white. And this endgame, I remember there was this game of Amin Tabatabai against Hari Krishna, which was won by white. Again, this started around 2018. It's been around for a while, actually. And this can get very unpleasant for black.
Mm-hmm. So let's see how SL is handling it. And SL has handled some really good endgames in this tournament so far. C5, knight f1, rook a c8, knight g3, bishop g6, king to d2. So this bishop is also some sort of a problem maybe, huh? It looks great, but it's not, it is controlling the b1 square, I agree. The very important square b1, so rook b1 is not possible, but we can still go to b2, right?
Yes, we can still go to b2, and there will be pressure on black's position. I don't know exactly where it will be, which is why I'm not able to explain it in a flow. I can't quite recollect how those games used to go, the initial games in this variation, but I do remember that this used to be very tricky for black in a lot of games, and black started finding other solutions than to go for this end game subsequently.
Mm-hmm. And very good points there by our producer, by the way. SL plays Ragozin with both colors. He shared in an interview that he had prepared it yesterday as well. That's interesting. Yeah, SL does play a huge variety of openings. I have seen him his games in a number of different lines that you check, you prepare, and I have seen a lot SL's games in most of them.
Yeah. And I just checked my database, and this variation was first played in a game between Grishchuk against Karyakin. Grishchuk won that game, and later Harikrishna drew against Tabatabai, but he was worse. And White just has more pressure overall, not just in one particular area. On the queen side, the pawn goes up to a5, restricting black from improving the pawn structure. And on the king side, this pawn goes to h4, h5, gaining space. And there is overall pressure on the one point is the d5 point, which comes under pressure after bishop f3. And otherwise, it's just overall pressure on all parts of the board, not in any one particular place.
Yeah, black is basically being very passive. He has something to play against as well, right? On c3, like let's say he takes cd4 right now, because I can't take with the c pawn. Rook comes to c2 with the support
Yeah, no,
of
you
the
take with the e
bishop.
pawn.
Yes.
But
So
then that makes the d5 pawn isolated.
he has taken on d4. Yes, that made a lot of sense because black needs something to play against. He cannot just wait for white to pressurize him. So maybe double on the c file, or not to c6, maybe c7. Knight b6, good move with the idea to go knight c4. After listening to your explanation, Srinath, I feel like this seems to be a good direction for black because he cannot just sit and wait to be rolled over by white.
Yeah, he's trying to lash out. Um, he's trying to get some counterplay, and he will likely take with the pawn. Like knight c4 check will happen, bishop c4. He will take d takes c4, in my opinion, because that will help get rid of this isolated d pawn. And the d passer, the protected passed pawn, it can be blocked by rook to d5 in the future. So here black seems to be doing okay. White's biggest disadvantage, he can't double up the rooks on the b file for the moment.
Yeah, this bishop, even though it feels like it's not doing much, it's doing a very good function of covering the b1 square.
Yeah, absolutely. So overall, here I'm not. So bishop into c4 has been taken, I think, and Wukido is thinking right now. Strategically, I think he has to take with the pawn. Taking with the rook, it will fix his pawns in a very undesirable way.
So let's see what Shamsuddin decides to go for. We will go and have a quick look at what Shashi is doing against Jahangir. Yeah, that's the position on the board. Shashi Kiran playing black pieces.
Yeah, this kind of position, this kind of situation is the kind is what is can get dangerous for black in this opening Soumya. There's just more space for white in the center. The pawn is out on e4 for the moment. This knight on a6 for black, it's not quite playing. So white can get the rook to d1, the other rook to c1. This bishop can move to uh, probably e3, and it's for the moment black is a bit more restricted.
Yeah, lesser space again. ना? यहाँ पे भी
Yeah,
सेंटर कंट्रोल ब्लैक के पास नहीं है, व्हाइट के पास है, क्योंकि व्हाइट का पॉन है e4 पे. इट्स कंट्रोलिंग दिस d5 square and f5 square and e5 square also under white's control thanks to the knight on d3. Would it be okay to exchange it, Srinath? For example, okay, rook f d1, knight b4 looks a little risky because after knight b4, bishop b4, the queen feels a little loose, like maybe bishop g5 is possible and you attack the queen with the rook. So, okay, let's say I play a move like rook e1 here, chalo, for the sake of understanding. Can I play knight b4 here and exchange this knight?
I think that would make sense.
Mhm. So,
Although even here there are some concerns. Yeah, rook d1, bishop g5 incoming.
yeah, but I mean, I can always get out of this file and go on the side. Knight a4, I'm not worried about because queen a5 I always have, and um, this is okay. Rook f d1 on the board, yes. Rook f d1 as suggested by Srinath with the idea that he's going to go bishop e3, rook c1 makes so much more sense.
Yeah, just a normal position, but it's a pleasant position for white. Typical of this variation of the English opening, and Shashi has to pull himself up and defend here.
Yes. So, can we do like an overview of how we are doing on all boards and as a team? So Shashi defending on the fourth board. So we can definitely say that Uzbekistan is slightly better on this board and has slightly more chances. On the third board, it is equalish or is it better for Black has taken DC4 by the way. So this is the current position, Srinath.
I think it's equal.
Third board position is equal. Uzbekistan still having the slight upper hand. Let's go to board two. The position has changed slightly from when we visited it last time. White has taken knight b6, a b6, and a4 on the board. Uh, how do we evaluate this position? Equal or just a normal middle game position where any three results are possible?
I think this is also around equal.
Around
Just a
equal.
normal middle game position. Any three results are possible.
All right then. So here we could win, we could draw, and things could go Uzbekistan's way as well. So all three results possible on Nihal's board, but under control right now. And with its game, what's happening here? How do we evaluate
I
this?
I think Vidit is just a slight bit better.
Mhm.
Just very slight pressure because, as I mentioned earlier, Black has a problem of this D7 bishop and it's controlled after f4. But
Mhm.
it's not such a massive advantage. It's not like a winning advantage, so to speak. It's just a slightly more pleasant position for White, but somewhat closer to equal than the Shashi game, so to speak.
So Uzbekistan has a slightly more chance based purely on the objectivity of the positions that we have on the boards right now. But it's a rapid game and we have seen things turning around very quickly in these time controls. So that's the overview we have right now. Chat, अगर आपके पास कोई questions है हमारे लिए तो please feel free to ask. This is a good time to ask because the players are in deep thought right now and they will take some time to come up with a plan. Middle game position aa chuki hai. So, yes, do go ahead. And I have a question for you, Srinath. Here we have Vaibhav Suri as the coach of the Indian team. Vaibhav, of course, a grandmaster, has played professionally for many years. And now this year he has um, shifted to the role of a coach. He was the second of the India A team in Olympiad, and now in this tournament, he's the captain. You yourself went through that shift, and how was it like? Is it how was your mindset and attitude?
I think it's a very interesting role change. In a way, you are exercising a lot of your chess skills, but in a different way. And Vaibhav hadn't played for almost 2 years during the pandemic. He had not played to the point of becoming inactive. So at the time of the Olympiad, we really needed people to assist the Indian team, and Vaibhav was one of the strongest players who was not amongst the players,
Hmm.
and he came into the Indian team for the very first time. But it was clear that he was such an asset to the team because having experience of playing at such a high level, he could sense a lot of things better. He could sense the kind of moves that would make things difficult for the opponent, the kind of practical problems that they would have to solve in an otherwise in a position where the engine shows 0.00. He really had that nuanced understanding, and having him in the role of the captain and the coach, I think it's a very good development for India because
Hmm.
he's a very strong player. He could almost qualify to the event as a player himself. He's rated about 2610, but he was inactive for a long time, and therefore he's not a player in this team. But you still bring a lot of those skills. A lot of those skills are relevant. You need to be able to evaluate the opponent players. You need to be able to evaluate the positions well. You need to be able to evaluate your own players, see who is best suited to what situation, and being a strong player, it helps bring in all these things that you can sense.
That's a very nice way to put it. But is it also uh, like which role do you have a preference between the different roles? Let's say player or second and coach. You do players usually have a preference, or is it something that happens naturally? The shift.
No, I think most players have a preference of first and foremost playing.
Mhm.
But in my case, at one point, I clearly understood that I enjoy the coaching role a bit more because it involves a lot of strategizing, but I don't have to remember openings and look through stockfish so much as much anymore. So there are some aspects of professional chess that I didn't enjoy as much playing,
Mhm.
and in coaching. I mean, with the prevalence of computers, with the prevalence of technology, so many human things are outsourced, but a certain kind of sense that part is still important and something that can make a difference. And I found that when I started coaching more, that I was able to use this whatever sense I've accumulated from my years of playing.
Oh, that's actually a very nice perspective. So, yeah, let's go to. Thank you so much, Srinath, for sharing your views because this is something we don't really get to um, read about. A player's perspective, and now who's now a coach. So, yeah, it's very interesting. And what do you think? Like are the main concerns, I would say, when you're captaining a team for the first time, like because it is the first time that Vaibhav is the captain of the Indian team. So what was going through your mind when you were the captain for the Indian team for the first time?
So when I was captaining for the first time, you're a bit scared about the decisions that you take because they have an effect. For example, in this case, Vaibhav has to decide who plays on the fourth board, and it's not an easy decision. So there's no correct answer. You can't turn on Stockfish and find the answer to these questions. You have to use your human skill set. So you're worried about getting these things wrong, and also back in those days. The draw offer, the captain could assist if there's a draw offer. So that is also a decision that the captain had to take. For instance, in
Yeah.
the previous round, it was one and a half, one and a half. The final game was Yukube Vidit, and Vidit could ask during the repetition if he should make the draw or continue on. And here the captain had to make the correct decision, for which the captain needs to know a good, decent amount of chess to evaluate.
Yeah, as a player, and I'm just saying this personally and not as part of I mean, chess.com has got nothing to do with it. But I honestly feel like, as a player, I feel this rule of not allowing the captain to advise the player suddenly, like, which has been introduced this year. I feel it's completely absurd. Like, the whole point of having a captain is to for him to help you during the game as well. Otherwise, why do you need a captain? You can just have a coach or a manager, right? The whole point of having this role, like this status as a captain, is that he will be part of the team in some capacity during the game. And here you have this rule which was introduced in the Olympiad this year, that you cannot talk to your players during the game about a draw offer, or you know whether to advise them to offer or to accept. And I found that absolutely absurd. Like, why is the captain even there then with the team?
Yeah, no, the captain's role has been, I think, diluted a lot with that
Mm-hmm.
rule change. So
Mm-hmm.
previously, the captain who had to be a strong chess player and coach. Now it's mainly, I think, administrative role. You have to just it's a communication role. As captain, you need to be aware of you have to read the rule book. You have to make sure your players know the draw for rules and stuff. Any communication from the organization, you have to pass it on to the team. There's a lot of these administrative work, but you don't need to even be a grandmaster to be able to do these things. um,
Mm-hmm.
you just need to be an efficient person in general. It
Yeah.
doesn't require it doesn't require you to be a very strong chess player.
Yeah.
And the role of captain has, I think, undergone that change with this the recent rule change.
Yeah, and I think it's completely like, I would be very happy if FIDE at some point realizes that players are unhappy with it and actually reverse this rule change. I don't think
No,
players
but
are
what
very.
they told me is that you I mean, in the games involving teams like India, they didn't have a problem. But there were situations where the player is at like 2100 and the captain is a grandmaster. And when the captain advises about the draw offer in those situations, the captain is indirectly communicating about the evaluation of the position. And this raised fair play concerns, because in effect a 2500 or 2600 is telling a 2100 that don't take a draw here, you are better in this position, so play on, which is kind of like giving a hint during the game. So
I
this was
think
the
there are,
reason why they removed.
yeah, it's a fair argument, but I think there are other ways around it rather than decapacitate the captain from taking any decisions at all during the game. So yeah. Uh, by the way, Vidit's position has changed a lot, Srinath. B6, bishop D6, queen D6, F4, bishop D7, A3, A5, queen H5 खेला विदित ने, जैसे आप बता रहे थे. F5 on the board. So F5, a huge pawn commitment. I mean, you are actually restricting your bishop even more by placing your pawns on the same color as your light squared bishop. And with it, place G4 here, a very brave move, because of course black cannot take. And chat, please let us know why black cannot take on G4. While we go, we will wait for your answers for sure and come back to this position. Let's just have a look at what black played. Black played G6, one more pawn on the light squares. So all of these pawns on the light squares. The only thing I'm concerned about here, Srinath,
Yeah,
is.
and there is certainly some sorry.
No, go ahead, Srinath. No, the only thing I was concerned about was if black can simply take on G4 now. This was the only thing that bothered me. Every other move I feel favors white.
I don't think black would want to take on G4, because that would just open up potential to attack on the king side Soumya. uh, it will make the G6 pawn a target, allow a potential H4, H5. And secondly, in the future, it's also an option for the knight to come and sit on E5, knight F3, knight E5. One tactic that is possible. Oh, wow.
I mean, that is also possible. I just wanted to show that in case you can simply take on G6 immediately. But yeah, what were you saying? That then we will take on g4 later. Sorry, maybe not.
No, you can take on g4 now because after e5, it doesn't work for black. There is just f into e5.
Oh, that's a good point. Queen g4. I was concerned about e5 here, opening up the scope of this bishop and attacking our queen. But as Srinath points out, we can simply take de or fe, maybe de. Okay, fe. Both seem to be fine. Bishop g4, and we are also attacking the queen on d6. So we actually won the pawn on e5, which was for free. And this pawn might be lost later, but still this position would still be better for us because of black's weak pawn structure, black's weak isolated pawn on d5. Nice spot there, Shri.
Thank you.
So we will go back to our chat. Our chat has some answers to the questions we asked about f into g4. That's right. Queen at 7 here is a great idea, of course, but it's not exactly checkmate. The king escapes after bishop g6, king e7, and here queen h4 would run into rook f6, and queen g7 would run into king d8, and unfortunately the rook f on f8 is still protected with the queen. So even though this is an advantageous position, not such a big advantage as we would get after bishop into h7. I did see someone pointing out bishop h7 in the chat. Komal K did point out bishop h7 in the chat. So kudos, king h8 and bishop g6. After bishop h7, black cannot go to f7 because the queen controls the f7 square. So king h8, bishop g6, discovered check, and we control the f7 square, and we'll wait to follow on h7. Great spot there, Komal K. Fantastic.
Yeah, and wrong answer, Anshika. So that would be minus 20 of your puzzle rating.
Good one, Shri. So let's go to. So we really like with this position here, no problems. Nihal क्या कर रहे हैं? कितना कुछ हुआ है उनके गेम में? ज्यादा कुछ नहीं. A4 and Queen F7. This is the position we are at with 18 minutes to white and 24 for black. दोनों क्या सोच रहे हैं?
Queen H7? Queen F7. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Was this a game of Nihal in one of the global chess championships? I seem to be vague. Was this Roth moment of Nihal? I think I vaguely remember a similar structure.
I also do, but I don't remember which one it was. So I wouldn't be able to really help you here. But yes, and basically I remember commentating on it कि अनीश का गेम था डिंग्लिशन के साथ, जहाँ पे उन्होंने नाइट h5, नाइट f4, फिर g5 भी लाया, फिर यहाँ पे सब डबल किए रूक्स, and this is good. So yeah, these are some ideas that black has.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm?
These are some ideas black has. I think this is one of the more this is the one game where things are not clear in which direction it is going towards. It seems like all directions are possible.
एसएल का गेम में क्या हो रहा है? एसएल के गेम में तो बहुत ज्यादा पीसेस एक्सचेंज हो चुके हैं, हमने देखा. f3 was played after dc, rook d5, knight
Very
coming
slow play by Shamsuddin, no?
by Shamsuddin, or yes, compared to SL, yes, on the clock you mean 12 minutes to 32.
Yeah, that's a good sign for SL.
How about the board situation here? Again, chat question, knight c5, is it possible or not? क्या आप knight c5 यहाँ पर खेलेंगे या नहीं खेलेंगे, और क्यों नहीं?
Good question, Sami.
संकेत जोशी से निहाल बुलेट खेल रहा है. रियली? नहीं, निहाल ने भी काफी टाइम लिया है यार. अच्छा, साइड में ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो.
That's one of the most favorite internet jokes.
हाँ,
That
which
Nihal
can
is
work
playing
only.
bullet.
हाँ, yeah.
But yeah, it's a pretty exciting position in Sindero Nihal. I mean, exciting as in all three results are possible, although nothing seems to be going on right now.
Mhm. Uh, much of our chat has got it right. Keshav Singhal bolte blunder, knight c5. Avi Roop is like no. Komal K is no, and she has also given the answer rook c5. That's right. Keshav Singhal be rook c5, rook c5. Very specific, not rook d c5, but rook c5. Yes, that's great. Alapin Sicilian, Sanket Joshi, ईशान गर्ग बोल रहे पिन है यार, नहीं खेल सकते हम. एग्जैक्टली ईशान, पिंड है पॉन, तो खा नहीं पाएंगे वापस, और हमारा नाइट वैसे ही शहीद हो जाएगा, तो इसीलिए हम नाइट c5 पे नहीं लेके जाएंगे. हमें वापस आना है नाइट g3 को. f4, नाइट e4. So almost the same position at as two moves ago, but here the pawn was on f7 and here the pawn is on f4. Rook c6. Certainly in black's favor to have got this pawn to f4, right?
I think that the jury is out on that. Remains to be seen. But
Huh.
the problem for SL is he's not able to get this knight onto c5. The king was on f2 instead of d2. I think that would really help SL's position. But he can't play king e2 because of rook e6. And in he's just not able to get any leverage going.
Huh. So rook c6, and actually, श्रीनाथ, नाइट e4 पे आने की वजह से ये बिशप जो है इतना विशियस नहीं रहा. नाउ द b1 square is in under white's control, not black, because the knight blocks the bishop's diagonal.
True, true. The knight blocks the bishop. And but what are you doing on the b file if black manages to defend? Or is black even able to defend after rook b1? You have to maybe play rook a6, yeah? You can't play b6 because that would lose the b6 pawn. Rook b1, b6 takes, and rook a6 would probably lose the b6 pawn. So rook b1, black has to go rook a6.
Just a moment, I have to reply to an important message. Knight e4, rook c6, and then what did you say, Srinath?
Um, no, I mean, if rook b1, I think black has to go rook a6 because if you go b6, then that pawn is lost.
Yeah. So rook. Let's just show this to our chat. b6, take, and okay, we can even play rook a6.
And then rook a6 probably.
Yeah, there is no way to defend the pawn because the square is gone. Actually, you can play this. But we just go rook b5. And now rook e6 will be met with d5. It's having all the fun. So, yeah, white is doing well. And obviously, black is not going to blunder all of this. Black will play rook a6 here. He will give up the b7 pawn for the a5 pawn. But we do have a passer, protected passer, d pawn. And so we have things to play for. The c4 pawn is also weak. G2, h2 can also be attacked with the rook. So इक्वली बोलेंगे इस पोजीशन को हम. शायद ये जल्दी ड्रॉ भी हो सकती है. वी विल सी हाउ इट गोज. लास्ट बोर्ड, फोर्थ बोर्ड, शशि किरण, रूक एफ डी1 के बाद लेट्स फ्लिप द बोर्ड. क्वीन सी8 खेला शशि ने, नाइट f4, रूक d8, रूक ए c1, बिशप टू c5, a3, बिशप g4, रूक e1. That's the live position.
Yeah, and one scary thing in this situation, Soumya, is that Shashi has only 13 minutes remaining.
12 minutes to 24. That's true. And but we do have ideas here. There is not much damage that has happened to black's position like we were suspecting. And our knight on a6.
Yeah, but some of the progress, yeah, exactly. That was what I was coming to.
So our knight on a6.
That knight on a6 is restricted.
Yes. totally restricted, especially by the pawn on a3. Very useful move by white to control the b4 square, and it's difficult to
Another
move.
thing to worry about for black is that white is threatening e5. And till a certain point, you could respond with knight d5. Here, maybe he's not threatening e5, yeah, because of bishop f5. So e5 is still not a threat, but in the future it can be because the d5 square control is gone.
Bishop f5 reminds me of Vidit's game against MVL yesterday, where he played Bishop f5 in a very different position, but also equally effectively. And actually, that move tilted the game in his favor. So
Yeah,
yes,
that was beautiful.
yeah, fantastic game there by Vidit. Uh, to win a game against MVL, no less. So just to illustrate, let's say black plays e6, white plays e5. We have bishop to f5 here, intermezzo. We do not touch the knight, but attack the queen instead with the support of our queen. Where does the queen go? Queen अगर d1 पे जाएगी तो ये rook d5 पे है, and that queen does not feel comfortable there. We can in fact now go to g4, attack the pawn on f2, and our bishop suddenly becomes the strongest piece on the board. f2 को आप support कैसे करोगे? Maybe rook to e2, but then we go uh, then maybe even knight, or maybe queen c7 or queen d7, one of the two moves. And
Yeah, this should be
queen
good for
is,
black.
yeah, queen d7 is really strong because we are threatening bishop f2. For example, h3, knight f2, rook f2, and queen into d2 is possible because rook d2 ले नहीं सकता white because the rook is pinned. So all of these ideas are suddenly possible if white plays a move like e5. White has also things to worry about. Queen d7 on the board and white's turn to move.
Yeah, you're having full fun with the tactics there, yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Actually, I like this position for black, even though I agree black has to be careful. The only problem I see in black's position is the knight. But at the moment, it is performing a function, an important one of defending the bishop on c5, which can be a big asset to us.
Yeah, you're right. It's not totally clear. Like it's not the kind of position where you would say only white is clearly white has a +1 advantage or that kind. And maybe the advantage is not as big as what the engine shows.
Definitely. And let's go to Nihal's game. People are saying his opponent blundered. Are you serious?
No, I
Okay.
didn't say any blunder.
Not you, but people in the chat.
I think they are misdirecting us.
A4, queen f7, knight h2, king h7, g3. There has been no blunder, guys. But definitely, black feeling quite comfortable. शायद वो बोलना चाहते हैं नाइट
Yeah,
g3 मूव इतनी अच्छी नहीं है ना, या नाइट h2 भी इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, और पर g3 तो और भी अच्छी नहीं है. मतलब कर क्या रहा है भाई? He's preventing.
where?
Do you have the screen in front of you?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
But it was just a bit blurry for a moment.
All right. So queen f7, knight h2 he went in order to play g3 in fact, so that the knight doesn't come under any attack. For example, यहाँ पे अगर आप g3 खेलोगे, तो a move like knight e4 is possible.
True.
Take the knight, and now we are a pawn up. So this would be undesirable. So that's why white first moves the knight to h2, king h7 and g3. His point is that I am covering the f4 square. तो आप जाओगे कहाँ अपने knight के साथ? But now black can play d5 because the e5 pawn is no more under attack.
Yeah, black can play d5, but it won't achieve anything immediate because white can probably just move the queen. Something like queen e2, queen b3. Uh, and the thing is, white need not respond. So he has restricted black from his counterplay of the knight getting to f4, and any d5, white will simply not react.
All right, but don't you think it's always an achievement to play d5 in the Italian, or
In this instance, it can weaken the e5 pawn in some situations. So it depends. I think it depends on how you're able to continue onwards from there. And Nihal probably wants to keep it a bit non-committal for now, because he wants to play d5 at a moment where white has to react. White is forced to react. See, now the thing is, it's up to white's control. When black plays d5 here, white can choose when he wants to take ed or do any operations on that side. But uh, if black doesn't play d5, then it's black's choice. He can make that. He has the remote control for that change whenever he wants to. And
say,
it's not
well,
necessarily objectively the best, but
mhm.
it's just the practical side of things.
The threat is greater than execution. That's what Srinath means to say, that we are not going to play d5 immediately, but make white think about d5 on every single move. So queen d7 on the board. We can play d5 anytime we want. I also get queen d7 a little bit, because after d5, we can also continue with queen to c6, put more pressure on the e4 pawn.
True, actually, d5 looks good to me. It looks better than yeah. It looks the idea looks good to me. But what does white do now? How does white try and maybe white can play b5 to take away this queen c6. By the way, what is there some action in Vidit's game?
Oh, really? Let's go. Shashi intensely calculating in Vidit's game. What's happening? Queen h4, f into g4 was taken, queen g4, c into d4, e into d4, rook f6, trying to pressurize the f4 pawn, rook f2, rook a f8, aha, and rook a f1. Um, it does look vulnerable on f4, no? Why did we take c into d4 here? Why did we take e d4?
I think the reason is because now there is a variation with e5, d5, bishop g4, e d6,
E or f?
and
Fine. Uh,
either way, I guess.
yeah.
But here after rook d8, the pawn gets recaptured, and maybe Vidit didn't find this position. He found us to liquidate it.
Mm-hmm. I see. There was a nice move after FG, which Engine showed. I don't know if it's good or not, but it's a very nice move. H3 instead of
Oh,
taking the pawn.
g
You
takes
take the
h3.
pawn. So my idea, of course, is to take HG4. If you're going to allow that, okay, cool, thank you. So black will take, and then I play knight to F3.
Oh wow.
This is a nice idea. It's not clear if it works, but this is actually an idea which is often seen in certain positions where you just give, where black plays f5. Like you just give up the g4 pawn and also play h3 and then play king h2 and rook g1. This stuff. Um, yeah, I
This
mean,
doesn't look that clear, no? Knight e7, knight f5.
certainly unclear position, but it's a nice try that white had. But of course, it's important to spot this idea with h3, which is not that easy to spot.
Indeed. h3 was, I guess, not at all.
Obvious.
Yeah, wouldn't have entered the players' minds.
Yeah, but anyway, very interesting try here. So he took queen g4 instead. Black took on d4 first. White instead took on with the e pawn. So now the f4 pawn became a little vulnerable. Rook f6, rook f2, rook f8, rook f1. Mm, definitely feeling the pressure on the f4 pawn as white.
Yeah, there's pressure on the f4 pawn and some knight e7, knight f5. But white will also like to have s knight on e5. If we can get that, then white's position would be significantly better. But it's not easy to get the knight onto f3 because of the pressure on the f4 pawn. But black will also not be able to get that knight to f5 until then.
So what Srinath means is, let's say we make some normal moves like knight e7, rook f3 defeats the purpose. So maybe king g2, knight f5 will be met with knight to f3 because now the f4 pawn is no more. Oh, sorry, king g2, knight allows knight e3. I'm really sorry. King g2 is a bad move. Queen h3 is also not possible. Actually, it's not easy to make a move here, Srinath. Bishop
I know,
c.
right?
Yeah, I mean, every move gives black a concession. Like if I move my bishop, you're playing bishop b5.
So I guess just wait with the queen.
Where? How?
Queen.
Oh, maybe. Or
No, there's
g3.
no good. Can I
Yeah,
play
there is.
king g2? King g2, then
That's
there's knight f5. King h1.
that's
He
exactly
played
what
queen
I did.
g5.
Okay, then he played queen g5. Makes more sense than any of the moves we suggested because knight f5 will run into. Oh, but knight f5, knight f3, he still has knight to e3, no? Rook e1. And attack the
Yeah,
knight.
he still has knight to e3. So knight
No, but
f5 is possible, I think.
we play rook e1 and attack the knight. You cannot take on f4 because I take your knight.
But can I do something else
Sure,
instead of rook
you can.
f?
Like what? Oh, maybe h6. Oops. Oops.
Yeah, h6.
And anywhere, either queen g4 or g2, either of the moves will run into a fork on e3 and lose the exchange. This is getting very difficult. We need to find a few precise moves for white in order to keep everything together. It reminds me of Vidit's game against Vakidov only, no, Yakubev only from his group stage, which he actually, lost, but he was holding it. I mean, it was a draw position, but since I don't know what happened there, and he made a mistake in the queen end game and lost. But very difficult game that as well. Uh, it just needs to somehow keep it together and hold this. Otherwise, things are looking very difficult for us.
Meanwhile, Samya, I think there is, I mean, looking for some good news. Seems like
Yes.
there's some positive development in SL's game, where his opponent seems to be under some immense pressure.
Wow. Yes, this does look good. This does look very good with 19 minutes for SL versus 7.5 for his opponent.
Yeah,
So the
and it seems like there was a opportunity for SL a couple of moves earlier, Samya.
Mhm.
He took rook into f4 check after king f7. So a few moves ahead.
So we left it here. Then rook h1, rook h5, h3, bishop e4, rook f into e4, and now these two beautiful pawns will be our soldiers that march ahead and become queens of the world. Rook g6, rook e2, rook at g5, e5, giving up the g2 pawn, huh? Rook g2.
Yeah, giving up the g2 pawn, a very strong idea. Taking the f4 pawn in return, rook f1.
Mhm.
And now his opponent played king to f7. And here white had a very strong move, d5.
How does it change things? I mean, you don't take the pawn, you see pawn, you take pawn, no?
You do, but what he played in the game, rook into f4 check, allowed black to play the king to e6. And
Ah,
this allows the king a much better defensive position. It's still tricky for black. It's still very tricky for black. but d5 was apparently stronger according to the computer.
This is a very, very good point. And yeah, if SL had seen this, it would have actually given him a big advantage. Even though this is also difficult only, I mean, it's not like this is completely winning or something. This is also, uh, let's just say that white has an advantage here, but nothing clear, right? Or is it very clear?
No, actually, this was the winning.
It's just winning, huh?
Yeah, it was +2.
Wow.
King e3, king d4.
King e3 and king d4 and king c4. Wow. Oh, d5, a huge opportunity there, missed by SL. He probably didn't realize that black can simply go king e6 and blockade both of white's pawns with his mighty king on e6. Rook f8.
Yeah, but he has an opportunity in the present position as well, you know.
Hmm?
Black is under massive pressure. He has less time. Rook e8 check, king d7, rook b8 played by SL, attacking the b7 pawn. And he's just threatening to take all these pawns up.
Yes, and king
And his
c7.
e5 pawn is a very dangerous passed pawn.
Actually, I have a very good feeling about this game. Like it is a difficult position to defend as black. And with less time, I mean, SL putting pressure on the board as well as on the clock. Very good strategy there.
Yeah, absolutely. Very. It's his opponent is under huge pressure, and at the moment, this game looks like the most clear game. So once again, SL might give India the lead.
Wow. SL, our striker, ever dependable striker, going to strike again in this match. King c7, rook g8, huh? Or rook f8. Anyway, we get rook f7 in both.
Yeah, rook f8 is a move which the computer shows,
Mhm.
but
So,
yeah, rook f8 looks. It also makes sense, I think.
yeah, definitely a huge chance here for India to take the lead through this game. And let's go to Shashi's game. We haven't seen that for a while. Queen d7, knight b1 was played, knight to h5, exchanging the f4 knight. b4 was played, bishop b6, knight h5, bishop h5, bishop c3, and that's the life position we have. Still, our bishop on b6 doing a good job, uh, keeping an eye on the vulnerable f2 point. Now can we play bishop? Oh, and bishop on h5 also doing a great job of controlling the d1 square. So the d file also is completely under our control. I am liking this for black.
Yeah, now Shashi's position has improved a lot.
Mhm.
This knight h5 was a very nice idea by him, and White's knight went to b1, which hasn't really helped White's position at all. It has just gone back to a place where it doesn't control much. So Black certainly has made a lot of progress in this game, and I don't think he's even worse anymore.
Yeah, I think black is not worse anymore. I agree. Knight coming into the game very fast. You can also play a5 and open up the scope of this rook. What are white's rooks doing? Nothing at all. They just seem to be well placed. They are not having any open files. Everybody knows that rooks operate best on open files, and here the both of white's rooks are stuck on e1 and c1 with no chance of getting to the d file, which is completely in black's control. This is a great position. And please note, white cannot play f3 because it is pinned because of the bishop. These bishops working very well, even though they are really far away. It's like a long distance marriage that really works out well. You know, like it's a lot of long distance couples, even though they live in different countries, they have such a good rhythm, they have such a good system between them, and that's what's happening here. We see these two bishops working in absolute coordination with each other.
Yeah,
So
it helps that they don't cross each other's paths.
some couples work better when they stay separately, huh? Yeah,
Yeah,
probably. True for some couples. Uh, and oh, by the way, important news there that Lu Shanglai has won against Jaime Santos Latasa on board one. So China taking an early lead in their second semi-final match against Spain. Another board, David Anton Gujaro, has ended in a draw, in fact, against Zhu Jianshui, and Shiro versus Bai Jinshi still going on. This is the current position on the board. Mm, definitely equalish. Actually, no, white is a pawn up, so white is better. And Yufa Daniel versus Li Di. Wow, what is this position?
China seems to be winning this.
No, Spain can win this position. No, Spain is the.
Yeah, but overall in the match, China seems here. Yufa has only 40 seconds remaining,
Against
and
23. Oh, this is
yeah,
a
and in the
great
other
position.
game, Baijinshi should be able to defeat Shiro. No, he's just a pawn up.
But it's not so clear, no? Like you're a pawn up, but you have to do a lot of mehnat. He has only 4 minutes left to 14.
True,
Biden
but
should have 45 minutes
Spain is
after.
the sorry. China.
Do you remember, Srinath? After this position, queen on e7, white 18 moves. After the first 18 moves, white had 45 minutes left on his clock, and we have reached move 29, and he has 4 minutes left.
Yeah, true.
So,
True,
what were
but
you?
they have 1.5 half lead, and I think they are the favorites overall, considering the situation in boards 3 and 4.
Hmm. So, okay, let's go to our games. Srinath
I think
thinks
we should
China is
pay attention to SL's game, where
yes.
I really feel like we can get a score.
Okay, then let's go to SL's game. Rook G8.
Yeah, Rook G8 was played. I think King D7 was played, was it?
Yes, King D7, H4, King E6, Rook E8 on the board. Okay, now King F7 will obviously run into Rook B8.
Rook
So
B8.
Black can go King D7 again. And again, we will go Rook B8, King C7, Rook G8 once again. After King D7, we are also push H5. This is
Yeah.
oh, we don't push H5, we push D5 because now Rook G5 is not possible.
Okay, that's an important point. That
Hmm.
is an important point.
So
And
let's
D5 this time SL would see D5.
sorry. Yeah, this
This time I
time
think SL will.
we'll spot it, huh? We'll spot
Yeah.
D5, yeah. So let's just show the line to our chat that we were discussing. Rook G8 looks like almost the same position, but the pawn is now on H4 and not on H3. So we play D5 here and black cannot go Rook G5 attacking this pawn. That's the vital difference. And that's why this position is completely winning. Our pawns will be too strong for black to handle. रुक एट को ब्लैक ने किंग F5 खेला है किंग E4 आना चाहते हैं क्या पर अभी भी हम D5 जा सकते हैं
Yeah, I think he's looking to go for some kind of an active defense, but the problem is he's so low on time that he will just not be able to calculate. And here also, White has the option to play D5, no? Just D5, D6.
yeah here also D5 like if we are getting D5 we play D5
Yeah, and then the pawns just run. So has SL played D5?
not yet he's
He
thinking
has played D5. I just saw him moving the pawn.
oh nice it's not yet on the live board but yes D5
Yeah, and
uh
SL is winning this one. SL is winning this one.
brilliant this is A huge moment actually, because if SL wins, we take the lead and the other boards seem to be under control. Only with its position, we were a little concerned about. Do you want to quickly go and look at what's happening there? Has the position shifted? Rook F3, Knight G7, Queen E5, Queen E7, Knight B3, Knight F5, Knight C1, Knight D6. Okay, lots of maneuvering there. And with it, what he has done is he's going to bring his knight to e2 to defend the f4 pawn and free up the rest of his pieces from a permanent defense. I like what he's done.
Yeah, but that kind of a defense, it long term, I don't know how the knight going to e2, it will affect its ability to go to e5 long term, and uh, it will just go into a passive position. So I'd be quite hesitant to put that knight on e2. I would prefer to have the option to have it on d3 somehow.
Uh-huh. Also, can we play f5 here? So pawn sack.
Take on f5.
I play knight e2 and knight f5.
Oh, this is very interesting. This is incredibly interesting. You see, all the eyes on the SL board, yeah, from the Uzbekistan team. Their first two boards know that he's losing, and that can also affect their composure now. They know
Yes,
that they're going to be 1-0 down. It can have two effects. One is they get super motivated, but I think the likelier effect is they're going to be distracted, and the SL game should be over in less than a minute. He's going to win this one.
let's go there. Let's go there. This is amazing. Their first board has literally risen
And
up
there
faster,
we
and
go.
there he has resigned. Wow, we have a result. SL has won an extremely crucial victory there by SL Narayanan. Wow, what a way to end the game. With the rook on f7, d6 coming in, d7 coming in. King e8 will be met with d6, d7, king d8, and rook f8 check, and d8 queens. And hence black resigned. A huge upset there for Uzbekistan. One down in the match.
Yeah, this puts a lot of pressure on the other boards now, and it will be interesting to see how those big team respond under this kind of situation. But they are under some super serious pressure.
एसएल एसएल ओपी गाइस एसएल क्या खेल रहा है ये टूर्नामेंट बढ़िया आई मीन ईच ऑफ हिज गेम्स हैव बीन exemplary. What a player.
Absolutely, what a player! What an amazing player!
Let's go to Vidit's game. We were looking at what Vidit is doing, and Vidit has played queen to g5. Vidit knows that draw, I mean, all the rest of our guys know that a draw on their board is sufficient. um will they play for more, or will they try to equalize on their boards, is something that needs to be seen. Yeah, this is also important. Yeah, when one result has gone in your favor or against your favor, the other players also change their attitude towards their games.
Yeah, but I expect it to have a positive effect on the Indian players' games because
Yes.
they will be under less pressure now. And
Mhm.
none of the boards are in the kind of situation where they can steer the game towards any particular result.
Mhm.
These games remain complex. With its game, it is complex. He's just now starting to move his queen around. He played queen g5, queen e5. He's just waiting, keeping the position in balance, and Nihal is under a bit of pressure. White has the better position there, but the position still remains quite close, and it's not that clear how his opponent can make progress. Shashi's game also remains complex. He has actually taken over. He has a very nice position. White's knight on b1 not doing so great, but it's down to less than 5 minutes each in all of these games. So it remains critical.
Oh, it's a fantastic turnaround in Shashi's game as well. Huge. Your knight on a6 कुछ नहीं कर रहा था, बस हमें लग रहा था बस c5 के बिशप को प्रोटेक्ट कर रहा है और कोई काम ही नहीं कर रहा था वो नाइट. सडनली वो नाइट जाग गया है and it has come to c e6. It will come to g5, might come to f3. Who knows what next? Beautiful. f6, blunting the bishop. No bishop g7 ideas in the future possible anymore. कोई टाइम प्रेशर में ब्लंडर होने का सवाल ही नहीं है. f6, नाइस मूव देयर, आई लाइक इट. हाउ अबाउट निहाल्स गेम? लेट्स गो देयर. बहुत टाइम से निहाल की पोजीशन नहीं देखी है. c4 खेला वाइट ने, प्रिवेंटिंग d5, पर हमारा d5 तो आने ही वाला था, सो वी प्ले d5 एनीवे. rook d2, rook f7, queen c2, c5 as well, b5, queen d6, king g2, rook d f8, queen d1, queen d7, rook f1, rook d8. Completely normal position. ये game, this game can go either which way. This is such a normal and um, uh,
Yeah, yeah.
undecided position. Let's just put it that way, because the um, pawn center is actually fluid. You can break it open at any point, but you can also close it. So they haven't yet fixed the structure in the center, and that really complicates things.
And it is going towards a time zone which is Nihal's home territory.
Mhm.
So uh, yeah, that's one more reason to feel optimistic about.
Definitely. And अगर निहाल ये गेम जीतते हैं ना श्री, then we should definitely sing the song we were discussing uh, during the break. क्योंकि both the Kerala boys would have won the games for our team today. So let's wait and watch what happens. Chat, can you guess the song we have prepared? अब guess
Chat
guess
is
करके
just
तो
too
दिखाओ.
smart.
Guess करके तो दिखाओ.
Chat, I'm sure the chat will be able to guess.
No, no chance. And we have prepared two songs. The other song is also possible. No, the other song
Yeah,
तो
true.
no chance. Like maybe first song चलो guess भी कर लिया. Second song तो no chance.
It's not like we have prepared, rehearsed and stuff. I don't know the lyrics of the second one, but we
But
will
we
figure it
have
out.
internet, so everything is at the tip of our
Yeah.
fingers. a4 खेला है शशि
The
के
games
गेम
are
पे.
in a very, very tantalizing situation. Yeah. Every game is in time trouble. Every game,
Vidit's
Vidit
opponent
has
with
actually
only
attacked
2 minutes. Vidit might even win this, yaar. Vidit's opponent has only 2 minutes left.
Yeah, he has only 2 minutes left, but Rook c8 is a very strong move. I think. What will Vidit do now?
In b6 runs into what?
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6. Oh,
Rook
and some
f2.
mating ideas on the.
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
sorry,
Oh, queen
b5.
d5. Queen d5.
Oh, this is a very deep idea.
Indeed, indeed. This is incredibly strong. Rook c8 is superb move by
Has he played it? Rook c8.
Yakubayev.
Rook
Yeah, he just
c8.
played Rook c8.
Wow.
He
Okay,
played
then
it
let's see.
after close to a 3 minute thought, and it's
Queen
a potential
b7.
game changing move.
With it spots Bishop c6, but abhi Queen e8 and Bishop c6 is possible.
Yeah, but now
Rook
the queen doesn't come to d5.
Queen e8 also we can play d5 or we can't. Ah, Rook b8.
Yeah,
Lose the d5 pawn.
but Yakubayev also he's also getting low on time, so he can't keep playing with this precision. He's going to get under pressure, and I have feeling that he will probably not respond well under this pressure.
Definitely. Uh, Ishan Garg is saying Kolavari. No, guys, not Kolavari. But that was a good suggestion. And Kolavari, we can keep it for some other time. Hotel Kerala Korea, yes, it was one of the songs we considered. So one answer is right. What is the other song?
Queen e8 played and queen into b6 also played, Soumya. Do you think black will play rook b8 now?
Rook B8. I thought Bishop C6 was the idea. इतना देर तो हम
Bishop
Bishop
c6, rook f2, queen d7. Yeah.
Yeah, and Queen D5, and then he wants to play Queen C5, is it? And stop Queen D5. But then Rook F5.
Yeah. Queen c5, is there some bishop g? Oh, bishop g2, there's queen g5. He goes for bishop c6
Bishop C6 makes
with less than a
more,
minute remaining.
especially if he has seen this idea of Queen D5 now, he'll go for Bishop C6 only. He'll play Queen D7 also next, I'm sure. We just have to see if we have something in return, like Rook E3 maybe. You know, Rook E3, Rook E5 is possible. Abhi Queen E8 pe hai na?
Yeah, rook e3, queen d7, rook e5, no?
Hmm.
It's so tense actually. It's
Very tense.
I'm not able to
Also, rook e3
look at
might
most.
run into rook b8, rook b2, rook g2. So that's why he plays rook f2 because he wants to keep the b2 pawn defended, nothing else. Not f4 doesn't need support. Queen d7 आएगा अभी वो. Yeah, rook f5. नहीं, rook f5. He has
Please rook
supported
f5. Rook b5 and rook 8 is a threat.
Oh, rook b5 trapping the queen. Queen a7, rook a8. Now d5 is forced.
But
Because you
queen
need
c7
to,
is there. It's still not trapped actually.
and even but maybe d5 is a really good move here, Srinath, because we are taking the d5 away, square away from the black's
Yeah,
queen.
yeah, 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 yeah. True. Absolutely
Another
true.
piece
d5 is a good move.
to d5, and we also make square for our queen to come back.
Yeah, true. But it's also not an easy move to make, Soumya, because you're a pawn up and you have to kind of give back that pawn. And that pawn up is like the only good thing in the position right now.
Yes, with it taking a think, he does play d5. He has 3 minutes on the clock versus 50 seconds for Yakuba. If he had not expected d5, then it's definitely a difficult move to face. He plays rook d5 very, very fast there. Let's have a look at our other boards because they might also get over soon. A4, A6, knight A3. Everybody in a time pressure situation. Bishop G4,
Chat,
E5.
meanwhile, do hit that like button. So more, we need all the support at this point. Shashi's game is also in a critical stage. E5 has been played. F takes E5, and now guess what is White's move? Will you take Bishop E5 or will you interject something, Soumya?
Okay, this is a difficult question, especially with less time. Knight C4, do you want to play? Knight C4 and Knight E5?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Knight C4 is the point, and Shashi is down to less than 30 seconds. What will how will he play here? The knight on H3 is just so awkwardly tangled. It feels like he's lost a bit of control. And look at Yakubov's expression there. He's also very intense.
Oh, Fe5 taken, Knight C4 on the board. We can still go Bishop D4 or Bishop C7, not allowing White to clonk the knight on E5 because we take it with the Bishop. Bishop D4, Knight E5, Bishop into E5 will be played. And White takes it back with the Bishop. The knight on H3 feeling a little imprisoned
Lonely.
on H3. Yes. Um, let's have a look at what Nihal is doing. Nihal down to 13 seconds, 12. Oh my God.
That's the story of Nihal every game.
Opponent with 2 minutes on the clock. Knight F6. Okay, completely normal position. Nothing to worry about. Or do we? Because our
No, the problem is the E5 is indefensible. Bishop B2, there's no way to defend E5.
do we sacrifice an exchange with Rook D4?
I don't know. I trust Nihal. He will find something. He's
All
not so
right
easy to
then.
beat.
All right then. Because Rook D4 looks very tempting here to give up the exchange. And oh, Queen F8 on the board. Knight E5 will surely be played.
Rook D2
Bishop
is there. No. You have to be
oh, Rook,
careful.
Rook D2 is the
Yeah, Rook
point.
D2 and some knight G4 check.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Bishop E. No.
C3.
Mm,
Bishop c3 is a decent move here.
Yeah, bishop c3 is what I thought, but still you're not threatening to take on e5. So how does white take advantage? He
Bishop
played
c3,
bishop c3, knight h7,
knight 7.
flashed by Nihal.
So this position could also go either way. Even though white is attacking the e5 pawn, we have these ideas with rook d2 coming in. So white also needs to be a little
Is there
careful.
some knight f4 now?
Knight f4, pawn into queen into.
No, pawn into I wanted.
Oh, bishop
Trapping
is on
the rook on
c3.
e3. No, previous move. He played queen f6 now.
All right.
So
So he wouldn't have taken. He would have played queen c2. Knight
yeah, he
f4
would
was
have
a
just
nice
probably
idea.
moved away.
But then e5 will be hanging after queen c2, right? Queen f6. But
Yeah.
it was a good try, and maybe we will see it later in the game. Let's go to
What is
Vidit.
happening in Vidit's game? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Rook
let's
f2,
go to
king
Vidit's board.
f2.
What's happening there? Um, Material is a white is getting a piece on c6, so that's why he played bishop d5. White is a pawn down. White is losing
Yeah,
the
but also Yakube has only 20 seconds remaining.
Okay,
Vidit's
that's
king
good
is
news.
so out in the open though.
Queen f7 and queen. Oh, rook b1, good
Yeah,
move.
rook b1.
f7 probably. I don't see
Queen
any other.
f7. Are you comfortable allowing rook b8 check? Queen d8
Oh, queen
is a
h4
better
he
move.
wants to go. But let's just
Yeah,
go
king
king
e2.
one or king g1 or king e2. Get out of the check.
Yeah, get out of the check, and then I want to play queen a7 on my next move.
This game also could go either way because black has only 20 seconds left. So, और white के पास भी checkmate ideas है. So black needs to look out for tactics. और white का king of course vulnerable तो है ही. So this game also could go either way, guys. 1 minute for Vidit, 20 seconds for Yakubev. Let's go to Nihal's game once again. कुछ ज्यादा नहीं हुआ है. So let's go to Shashi. What's happening in Shashi's game?
Shashi is in trouble, yeah? He's in
Shashi,
trouble, but there are some remote hopes and of counterplay on the king side. But he's taken rook f8, rook f1 check. That bishop on e5 is very powerful, but it's still not clear at all because his opponent also has only 20 seconds now, and he will probably. I don't know where he'll go because king g8 runs under pin. King e8 also is in some kind of a pin.
no, it's not because oh yeah, it is. You cannot take on e5 because of queen g8, king e7, and queen f8, king e6, and queen f6 checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate.
So knight g5, our knight is free finally. C6
But
or
this loses the options of now queen b3 will be played by white. This loses, yeah. I think Shashi's just lost. Queen b3 is incoming.
losing for Shashi. With the idea to play queen b8, queen d8, and rook f8 check, winning the queen after king f8 and queen d8. So not looking good here. Let's switch back to Vidit's board. King on h6. White managed to get
Yeah.
the king on h6, blocked the queen, rook
But
on
queen b8 now?
queen b8, a very nice move suggested by Srinath, and queen b2 coming in. What will black
Queen
play?
b8 and he just walks and looks at the other game because this is probably winning for black completely. And now Vidit is also low on time. Queen b2 check is unstoppable.
Queen b5 is possible, but we take on f4. That is the main other problem, that black in fact has two threats and white has none.
This is an incredibly accurate level of play by Yakubayev after one point. I mean, this king
And
g7, king h6, the precision, it's
oh, this is
mine.
just
He's
lost.
won. Vidit lost on time.
He has lost, and also the position was losing after queen b2 check. So let's switch to, I'm sorry, let's switch to Shashi's game,
Shashi has found some defense, it seems. The queen has been traded and we are into an endgame. It's not clear anymore, actually. He could hold this.
he could even win this or he can hold this.
I think win might be not so easy because
Okay. So
but
we
yeah, I
need,
mean it's not out of the question either. Why not?
and what's happening in Nihal's game? Rook on d3, rook f6. What's happening here? h6 is going, but I don't.
Nihal's king is not exposed in a good way.
Oh,
Rook
the
d1,
problem is
rook d1,
d1 doesn't
but rook d1,
work.
rook g6 check and queen d1.
Yeah, the rook d1, there is an intermezzo with rook g6. So he has played king h7 with the idea to play rook d1. Now maybe
Yeah,
bishop.
it's not so easy for white.
Yeah, because bishop e5, we have rook d2. And
He's
then
taking the pawn on e5, rook d2 check,
yeah, rook d2,
rook
yes.
g8 he goes for
Rook
almost
d3, rook
immediately.
f2, he did not like, Srinath. Rook
Yeah, rook
g8.
d2 check, he had rook f2. But rook g8, he cannot move the knight on g5. Very tense situation for both the
So rook
players.
f7. That's the reason black can't move the knight because it's guarding the
Queen
f7
e2
space.
now, queen d, yeah.
Queen
Queen
d7,
e2,
rook,
queen d7.
it's possible. Queen d3 आ
Oh,
रहा है.
queen d3 is a
Queen
move, is it?
d3 आ रहा है. Queen d3 आ
Oh
रहा है. Oh
man,
shit, he
oh
took it.
man, oh
He
man.
took it and Nihal has
Oh,
retired.
Nihal has lost. Wow, Vidit and Nihal has lost. I mean, this is unimaginable for India. Yeah, Vidit and Nihal, these are the two of the most dependable players in India, and them losing is kind of unsalvageable situation. Which
Yeah,
means Shashi has to win. It's 2-1. Meanwhile, China has defeated Spain, so they are into the final. And Shashi has to win, but he's down by a pawn.
yeah. Not looking good for
Queen
India
d3
here.
was such a nice finish, but they played Soumya. It's incredible how after that one loss,
Yes,
they just, it was almost as if they got into some kind of a berserk mode.
exactly. I
They
think the
just, oh
loss
my God.
fueled them to play their best chess. I actually felt that shift in momentum suddenly. You know, sorry, rook d7 and the queen
It was
d3.
incredible levels of accuracy under pressure. Both
Yes.
Yakubayev and Sindero, I'm just mind blown. But oh
They've
no, this
made
has
a
gone
draw.
into a draw.
They've made a draw. And Uzbekistan wins the match and moves on to the final. India is out of the final, but we still have a bronze medal playoff match to play, which we will play tomorrow against Spain because China has won their semi-final match against Spain today. It will be a China versus Uzbekistan final. There we see those big boys celebrating. Uh, well, kudos to them, of course. And we will play a match for the bronze medal tomorrow with Spain.
It's incredible. I'm still mind blown by the level shown by Uzbekistan in their games today. In the crunch moment when it came to the clutch time, they responded in they just responded and I'm kind of out of words.
Yeah, exemplary attitude. I think a warrior spirit. Uzbeks have always been warriors, and they channeled their warrior spirit today. Once they lost the duel on the third board, all of them brought all their energies together and just completely changed their attitude and their moves and the game. Fantastic
Yeah,
comeback.
and also Sindero defeating Nihal 2 times, I think.
Hmm.
Uh, and it's so tough to defeat Nihal. In the Global Chess Championship in such a strong tournament, he didn't lose against the likes of Anish Giri and Kramnik and Sam Sevian. I mean, he lost a few games, but it was not easy, and there was a much shorter time control. So defeating Nihal and Vidit so many times, it just it's just different level of play.
Yeah, I think they have played really, really well today. There is a lot to admire about their spirit and their games. And we must congratulate them for moving on to the finals and for a chance to win a historic gold once again after winning the Olympiad medal. Of course, we support our boys no matter what. I think we had it under control until some point, but once the time pressure situation started, we started losing the thread and our positions got worse and we lost the match. Still, kudos to our team for really, really giving it all and coming so far in the tournament. Out of 12 strong teams, we managed to come to the semi-finals. Not an easy feat. No team was a walkover in this tournament. All extremely strong players. Still, we got to the semi-final, and that also is an achievement. And we still have a chance to win a bronze medal by winning the small final, as they call it, in the World Team Championship against Spain tomorrow. So it will be held alongside the final match, which China will play against Uzbekistan. So India will play the small final match against Spain at exactly the same time as the semifinals today, 6:15 p.m. The stream starts, and we will cover it here on chess.com India. Do join us, chat, and let's cheer for our Indian team to win the bronze.
Absolutely. The bronze medal is no mean achievement. Once again, we have only won it once in the history of
And
World Teams Championship. That was in 2010. So, chat, do support us tomorrow as well.
and it reminds me of Sindhu's interview, after the Olympic 2020 or 21 was it? I don't exactly remember when was the last Olympics. Yeah, in 2021 it was held, and she lost the semi-final match. So she lost the chance to win the gold, and she was very, very upset. And then she came back to the room, and she still had of course, match to play for a playoff for the bronze medal. And her coach told her, "Well, you know what is worse than bronze? It's the fourth place. So do try and get the bronze tomorrow." And that fueled her to really give it her all in the bronze medal match. And she realized that yes, medal is medal no matter what. So we will definitely be cheering our team tomorrow to give their all and
And
come.
tomorrow it starts 1 hour earlier. So, tomorrow we'll be here at 5:15 p.m.
Oh, very important. I hope the players also know all the rules, and
That's why they have the captain.
that's why they have the captain. Yes. So tomorrow, actually, the game start at 5:30, and we'll be here at 5:15. Do join us, chat. Have a nice evening, and thank you for all your support today. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, chat. And see you all tomorrow.